Good morning. I'm Jacksonville has been used to for Northwestern NASA, Southwestern Kansas, yeah, NASA, as well as Northwestern Texas, South,
I can't hear you.
Oh, maybe because I wasn't talking.
Oh, well, I can barely hear you. And my
Give me a
phone
sec.
is overheating now all of a sudden. As soon as you click live, it disconnected me from everything. And so my phone was
Okay.
overheated.
Oh, what? Okay, so now you can hear me, right?
I can barely hear you, and I'm out in my freezing cold car in order to do this right now, and I have nothing with me, and I'm going to have to go get all of that stuff and come back in here.
Oh, yeah. What the heck? We're both having audio issues and we don't know what
Yeah,
the problem is.
it's really not cooperating at all. Like, at
And it's
all.
usually so simple and it's not right now.
Yeah, no, it has been anything but simple, and I was in such a good mood before this started.
I
Like,
know. Well, maybe you need some bazookies and it'll be fine. It'll be fine.
I don't know.
I think it'll be
I'm
fine.
trying. It's telling me the phone's overheated. It's sucking my battery. Like, it already took me from 80 to a short span.
Oh, wow. It shouldn't be that
Yeah,
bad.
it sucks my battery. This StreamYard, for some reason, I don't know why, and it's only since they did whatever fucking update they did.
Well, technically, yeah, it's inside, but yeah, mine doesn't go down that fast at all. Like I couldn't do a whole show, no problem. Now I might have to plug in once during that show, but it's
Oh,
not
look,
constant, you know what
that
I mean?
helped a lot. Hi,
Hi.
that's way better. Hi.
Hi. What'd you do?
I don't know,
Hmm.
but I can hear you. That's for sure.
Maybe it's cooperating now.
Maybe I can go back inside and not freeze to death.
Right, because I
That
mean we
would be
talked enough
lovely.
shit about it, you know.
Right? Right?
And I even got a new headset that I could use that had a microphone on it for this. I was
Yeah,
like,
see,
and I
and
got a
I'm
new podcast mixer, and I have all the new things. But I just feel like I don't know how to use my mixer because for a second it was working, and you said you could hear everything, and then I played with it more, and then I lost it. So I'm gonna have to play with that thing more before I feel like I can use it on an actual show.
right.
Also, I don't know if it will let me do the show with you using it. I'm hoping
Right.
so, but it might be like a in-person type of thing. You know what I mean? Or if I was doing a show by myself, it would be just fine.
Right.
But I'm bringing
Oh,
this to
let's-
Oklahoma so that we could do a live show from the Storm Chaser Summit. So yes, everybody
uh,
who has not been around for a while, um, what's up? What's up? Um, everybody who's out there, will be going to the Storm Chaser Summit in Oklahoma here coming up in a couple weeks with our team, with United National Weather Team. Well, I am. Red's not going. Red's not on the team, but we will be there covering and doing a few shows live. So stay tuned on United National Weather Team's Facebook page. And we do have a YouTube that we'll hook up before, and we'll go live there at the convention.
right. Right.
So it should be a good time. Because there's room to hook up two people on this, and then it comes with a nice podcast mic and all that.
That's nice.
I just had to.
That's super nice,
Oh,
buddy.
yeah, it should be great. I'm,
What?
I'm pretty excited. My team's pretty excited. Reed Timmer's going to be there, so we're pretty excited.
That's cool. That's cool.
Yeah, we get to get United National Weather Team off the ground, and we're sponsoring the event, so
Cool.
it should be a good time. Yeah, it should be a good time. I'm very excited. I've never been to Oklahoma, so I don't know what's there, but it'll be fun. Mr. Tire's going, so he's pretty excited. He gets to go 2 places. He had 2 trips in a month, so lucky him.
Yeah, so I think part of my problem is the fact that I don't pick up internet very good in my house all of a sudden today. Hello, can you hear me?
I can. I just muted myself because the little
Oh,
one is
okay,
running
all
up
right. I
here
was just
to
making sure
interrupt stuff.
because I'm so paranoid that it's not working.
It's not working because for like the 20 minutes before the show, you guys, you have to understand every 2 minutes, it was not working for both of us.
Right.
Like, for both of us. It was a real serious situation. We
It
were like,
was a
come
really
on.
serious situation. Like,
It was like, I was like, are we even gonna, like, how are we doing this? Like, I was like, is this gonna work? So I just unplugged my podcast. I thought I had my podcasting bundle. Now, this thing's pretty neat though. For once I get it up and running, I'll have to show everybody because it technically can work on a charge.
okay.
It gets quiet because I have to yell at them. So I'm going to be muting a lot, dude. So don't think you got lost. It's just because they're wild right now.
Okay.
Just know that. Just know that because it probably gets really quiet when I do that. I'm sure it does.
It does. It does. And I'm
And
trying
freaks you
to
out.
find somewhere that I can go and sit and be comfortable and do this because I apparently am not allowed to sit on my couch and do this.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good to know.
According to StreamYard, I'm not allowed to.
Oh, okay. Because it tells you that you have bad signal or something.
Yeah, it drops.
Oh, here
everything
comes
and
Tank.
says
Tank, sit down. No, we're not going on the bed right now.
signal and gives me a hard time and
Goodbye, Tank. Ooh, you know what, TLO though? Honestly, I just checked my speeds recently, using this T-Mobile at home. I get 965 millibytes a second on that, and I'm out in the middle of nowhere. So, just saying, if you have the option, might not be a bad idea. Just because you're pulling almost a gig anyway. Just saying.
who are you talking to?
TLO in the chat. TLO's in chat.
Right?
And he said he's getting high-speed internet, and I said for
Right. I feel it. It's just gonna be cool.
And so if he was getting high speed, that my T-Mobile at home internet is running at almost a gig for his and I'm only paying $30. Yeah, no, that's really fast. It's almost a gigabyte of speed, which it would be like your high speed like cable internet speeds. You know, because you're not ever really pulling a meg. I mean, maybe, but so just saying. And I only pay $30 a month for that. So it's like I get high speed internet for $30 a month. So it's excellent.
Right?
Just saying.
Trying to get this to cooperate.
Well, Dwayne has his own show. And so this is not Dwayne's show time. But Dwayne is back. He's just not doing shows. Person on Twitch.
I see this.
Mm-hmm. Why is this not his time slot? Because this is not his time slot.
It's never
He has
been
his
his
own time.
slot.
Correct. So like that's why Dwayne's
This
not
has
here.
always belonged to Journey into Freedom since the station began. I would just like that to be known.
Correct. No, you're not wrong. You're not wrong, Red, at all. So no, we do Journey into Freedom during this time. I have my own show. Dwayne has his show, The Night Talk.
Right,
You know, Tim has his show, the original Red Pill show.
right. The Red Pill Show.
Right. And then Heather should be coming back soon with Liberty Librarian. So we're all going to be back. The team and
Oh,
the gang is all going to be back on air.
shows. Dwayne hadn't been doing shows for a minute because, well, he was away for a little while.
Yeah, he moved and stuff, and so he's just been getting himself back on track and back together. He's been on the weather team with me.
Kind of like me too, because I've been away for a while as well.
That's true. No, you have. Yeah, no, Dwayne's still been on me with the weather team though. So we talk. He called me earlier, and I tried to call him before we started the show, but he didn't answer. No, he was not in a mental hospital. He was not.
He might have should have been, but he wasn't.
I was gonna say that.
I could say that because we friends, and I don't care if he hears me. He might have should have been, but he wasn't.
He does have a social media. He has a Night Talk page on Facebook that you could find him there.
Schmeckle.
And I know he's on Twitch too, but I don't know what his Twitch gaming tag is because he does go live on there and stream gaming sometime too. TLO says, "Ha."
Well, because he knows it's true. It's funny because it's true.
It is funny because it's true.
I know.
It's true.
I don't gonna lie, G. I don't gotta lie to kick it. That's only. Oh wait, I can't say that live on air. I guess that would be mean. And if you don't have something nice to say,
don't say it at all.
At all.
Right? No, we don't have to lie to kick it though. We could definitely say that. That is true. Yeah, so Red's been trying to do this part too. We've been just trying to get our schedules back together. I've been super busy with the weather team, so I have been like ignoring other things, which I should not have been doing, but it gave me a chance to get the weather team to the point where we got out the bad apples. We only got the good seeds now. And so
don't lie to these people. Then they expect me to do a good show. I'm not ready for that kind of pressure.
No, I didn't say that. I was saying for my weather team. Like, no. See, I was just trying to fill space here and talk about something while you're getting ready. See, that's what I was doing. TLO says fairly accurate. Correct. But so we haven't been doing shows as often as we wanted to, but now we're going to try to get back into that schedule. I'm assuming we're going to do a show next week, and then you might have to do the one after that without me, unless I could maybe do it in the car on the way home in somewhere. I don't know where that would be.
She's like,
I don't know where I would be at that point. In some state coming home.
Maybe I can steal TLO to do it with me.
Oh yeah, maybe TLO wouldn't be working. I don't know. You'll ask him. Well, we can ask him and stay on top of it. I did not hear about the shooting in Atlanta, but I did hear about the shooting in Los Angeles at the Chinese New Year celebration. Yes. Last I had heard a couple hours ago, they had him penned up somewhere in that van. Now, did they catch him, Casimiro? Do you know or not? Also, I'd like to say congratulations. I'm glad to hear that mom is out of the hospital. Casimiro's mom hasn't been feeling good, G. And she's been having some heart problems, and she got out of the hospital. So, yay.
Oh, good. I'm glad.
Yeah, me too. He said, yup, news is lying. Of course they are lying, Casimiro. Yeah, no, we're definitely glad to hear mom's doing better.
Kidding me? Like, was that like? Are you being sarcastic right now? I mean, you have to, because we all know that the news has always been lying. Like, that's not new news.
I mean, that's true.
That's not new news.
You're not wrong. That's true. Dang, you and El Roboto on this.
What?
Ooh. Yeah, only for a second though. Probably because you're moving or
Okay.
doing something. Because as soon as you talked again, you were clear. They killed him and didn't show the shot of them killing him.
Hey,
Oh, see,
it's
look, now they need
bullshit.
to quit.
That's because it's bullshit. Because they hiring these people to go in and just kill people at random.
Yeah, you might be right
Or
about that.
mind controlling them. I would go more with mind control average Ricky Joe because this is exactly
Right. Oh, you went roboto again. You better sit down, dude. Get your stuff together.
you know, because it seems like I'm being cryptic and everything, and I'm hiding like the title of the book when I do the description. But no, man, I'm not telling you because it's a secret. Don't tell.
Right.
And that's the book that we're reading. And as we get further into this book, you lovelies out there are going to actually realize how easily this can be set up, accomplished, and done by our government, for our government, and invented by our government.
True.
Because more than likely, they didn't kill him on scene. That again is a capability that they have where they can literally kill you through laser.
No, that's true too. They could just zap your behind and then say, "Oh, he's dead," and then take him where
Drop
they
you
want
like
you
a
to go.
fucking
Bad
computer.
habit. You're right though.
Then
I'm
download
gonna
the
go
way they
find. I need to go find something real quick. I'll be right back.
cancel, yeah. Cancel culture. Yeah, they'll just cancel you now. That's like a for real thing. Well, technically, you would be 100% correct. MK Ultra is the devil, and the reason that I would say that is because, when you start branching off from MK Ultra and you get into MK Ultra, led into the next project that led into the next project that led into the next project that leads to this project that stems into this project and this project that stems off into 5 more. It's like a hydra, okay? But when you start getting into all of that, you actually do realize that there is the God laser that can literally make you believe that God and or Satan have told you what to do. So I mean, you're not it to be that way. It's all by design. So Scarlett's on a mute. I could totally tell because it's way too silent over there. And with Red, y'all. So tonight's strain is called the Zookies. It's a really great strain, actually. It's a hybrid, and my glasses. Y'all, I don't know if you know this or not, but I'm literally going blind to the point that I can't see anything. I can't see shit without my glasses no more, and it just hurts me to even try. And I can, yeah, I'm bad with them, and I can. I'm really bad with them, guys. I don't mean to be, but I am. The wipes on my drawer, my glasses. Thank you. So, hold on. I should have my I should have had them already ready because I'm going to be doing this book. I know. It really sucks, Kaz, because I used to have, you know what? Okay, 100% honesty across the board. I don't know, Peanut Gallery, how many years now was it? Was it, I guess, about 13 years ago that they put me in glasses and I beat it and reversed everything after a year?
Probably more like 15.
Yeah, 15 years ago, I went in and they told me that I needed glasses, and I said okay. I took their glasses and I went home and I changed my diet. I changed a bunch of stuff. I did a lot of crystal and energy work with my eyes, specific to my eye energy. And when I went back for my visit for the year, the following year, they canceled my glasses and said I no longer needed glasses, that I had totally reversed everything and I was amazing for 15 years. And then just weeks ago, I guess, went into the eye doctor because I was having problems. And they were visionary problems. And I went in and found out that all of a sudden now I not only needed glasses, but I needed bifocals. And I've only been 2 years into them. And I've done all the same things, but it hasn't fixed me. And it hasn't made me really a lot better either. But it's also been acting up a lot, which has a lot to do with vision and visionary things and what's going on with your vision. So, you know, that's part of it too, I'm sure. Okay, I got my glasses now and they're clean. So, Colorado Life with Red, we are, first of all, y'all, we're going to talk about the grow. The grow that this came from is very local. It's in Area 14, which is right down the street from me. And I actually work in Area 420 in another farm. So I'm always really
You're
excited.
going all robot. No, you're going all roboto and weird. I don't know why, but just now.
Okay. Because
Yeah. You just started going roboto though when you started talking about the strain. Mm-hmm. You're still robotic. Damn. Oh, there we go.
Okay, how about now?
Okay, now you're good.
I don't know what the hell.
I don't know, but like TLO said, it just happened. It wasn't like the whole time. It was just that little bit.
Oh, okay, cool. As long as it fixed itself.
Mm-hmm. No, it did. I hear you loud and clear now.
All right. So I always get excited when I could talk about a local farm in my area, other than my own. Toot, because I will always toot my own farm's horn. Toot.
Toot, toot.
Right? Astronomics, y'all. If you see product out there by Astronomics, I'm going to tell you right now, it's fire.
Right.
Get you some and get it in you.
Look, I don't know though. You need to warn these people because look, Red has been in rare form for the past couple days.
I have not.
Yes,
Don't
you have.
you start.
Look, to the point where I had to ask her, "What are you smoking?" Because you have to be smoking something. Because just the thing she's been saying.
Downhill from here.
I honestly asked her, was she drunk? Because I was like, are you getting drunk or It's happening.
I don't drink.
But it
This
has
is
got
why
her in a
this
good
is
mood.
so funny.
But it's got her in a good mood though. So it's like when she says go get you some, like just know people might ask you, like, are you okay? Are you on drugs? Like
I
because
am, according
I know.
to the government, but according to the state of Colorado, yes, but no, because it's a legal drug.
Correct. Yeah, that's true.
And I don't count this as a drug because God gave me all seed bearing plants of the earth. Thank you, Lord.
Thank you, Lord.
For
Mhm.
always looking out for me, bro.
Right. Thank you for clarifying that 2,000 years ago.
Right? Thank you for giving me that human basic right. Like at the
Correct.
beginning of the making of all time and earth. That was freaking amazing. It was like the fifth thing you did, bro. Like,
Here for it.
you know, just like I will argue forever until the end of my day about our gun rights with it's literally the second thing we fucking wrote.
Oh, they're taking
Yeah.
away.
Okay, it was so important that it was literally the second thing we wrote. The first thing we wrote down was you can say whatever you want. And then we
Right.
followed that by, but you better get a gun. Okay? That in my world
True.
means I know what you said, but what I heard was speak your mind, but make sure you can back that shit up. That's what I heard. That's what I heard. Whoa, man.
Ooh, what? What
Kids,
happened?
kids, just kids.
Of course. Of course. Always ruining our shows. No respect.
Kaz, I don't know if you know this or not, but I'm actually an herbologist, have been for over 15 years. I'm registered as a holistic healer, have been for 20 plus years. I'm a lifetime registered member. I'm also a lifetime registered musician. Have been also for over 20 years. Like when I come on here and I do my spiritual things and I talk to you guys, there's a lot of stuff behind it. There's a lot of knowledge. I've got a lot of certificates. I just don't always bring up the pieces of paper because I don't feel that they're needed as much anymore in society because, well, why do I have to keep proving myself in a society full of people willing to believe, anything? And
Dang.
on my shit on other people's throats.
I mean, there's
What?
that.
Dang what?
Oh, it went
I'm not
robotic for
pulling
a
any
second.
punches anymore this year, Scarlett. I told
Nope,
you.
this is the year of look. Now I done told TLO this, so he knows this. But for everybody else
Fuck
out there,
around
including our
and find out.
listeners, it is the year of fuck around and find out. We have all decided this. When I brought this up to Red, to TLO, everybody I've talked to so far, all my friends, they were like, "You right though," because everybody's been feeling like the urge to cut off this bullshit. So then I just
Right?
coined it the year of fuck around, find out.
Yep.
And
Yep.
everybody was like, "Yeah,
Mhm.
that shit fits. I'm here for it." And I was like, "Yep, let's do it."
I've been saying for a couple of months that I identify as a threat and my pronouns are fuck around and find out.
Oh, did you say it first, Tilo? You might have said it. Okay, well, me and Tilo said it. Well, and then I repeated it because I was like, "Yeah, you're not wrong, Tilo. You're fuck around and find out." And then I repeated it to everybody who then agreed. But still, you're a fuck around, find out. Because I'm tired of people's
TLO
bullshit.
fucking threw your ass right under the bus. See,
Didn't he throw me under the bus?
you're a fuck around and find out. TLO was like, bitch, that's me. I said that.
Right. That's cool. I'll give him the credit though.
I
Credit
love
where
you,
credit's
TLO.
due. Right.
I'm here for it, buddy. I'm here for it.
Right.
Oh, absolutely.
That's what I mean. It's the year of truth
As soon
and
as we get
exposing
into
it.
Moon Moon, this is going to make more sense.
Well, yeah, and it is. It's the year, like Casimir said, also be the year of a lot of the truth and exposing corruptions.
Yeah, that's what I said. Yes, and as soon as I do Moon News, that little piece of content will make more sense.
Yes. Oh yeah. Tilo said he said it, and then I told the team. Well, then I told Red too, and other people, because it fits. Every time somebody
She
tells me I'm
stole
cutting
it.
off
She
all the
stole it,
bullshit this year, I
TLO.
did. I stole it. I did steal it from
TLO,
TLO.
just tell him what he wants to hear, Scarlett. You fucking stole it and you do it again.
I would, sure would, because I've been telling everybody, um, because it fits.
Right,
It truly
right.
fits this year. Unfortunately, that's where we're at. You know.
Oh, side note, guys, in case anybody is new to the show or just joining us, we are not often a kid-friendly show. I would like that to be known.
Oh yeah, true that.
Okay.
That's true.
This is an adult show, and you can say whatever you want about spirituality and things, but the Lord sends his messages in the ways that they're going to be understood. And everybody reaches different different audiences, different people that they align with. So if you're not in alignment with me, it's cool. You can go find your messages somewhere else, and that's awesome. But just know that the messages that I give are for the people who are here to hear them, and I don't need any extra bullshit because you don't align. You can just simply exit stage left. You don't need to announce.
Word, this is not at an airport. You do not need to announce your departure.
I'm
Legit.
over tiptoeing. I'm over, I've always said that I'm not Willy Wonka and I don't sugarcoat shit. But this year, people, it's about to get real.
Right. We've allowed, all of us, I know a lot of us have allowed this shit in our lives when we
Right.
probably shouldn't have, and have
Right.
not nipped things in the bud that need to be nipped. And this is the year to nip them. I'm tired of dysfunction. I don't know about everybody else, but I'm tired of dysfunction. That shit's getting old real quick. Like, seriously. Yeah, exactly. Like TLO said. Bingo. Like, bullseye. Like, odd point. Because it's true.
Right.
I mean, it is
Thank
what it
you,
is.
Joel. Thank you. And
We're
that all
all
being said,
tired. We're
sorry.
all tired, man. We're all tired.
Yeah, man.
That's
And
real.
I was just gonna say, all that being said, those still staying. Hi guys.
Right.
Nice of you to still be here. And we appreciate each and every one of you, whether you stayed, whether you didn't, you still hold a place of love. There'll always be a place of love for you here, and there's always this place to reconvene should I become the have a great day. Meanwhile, this space that we're holding right now is an us space, and we are all coming together here and sharing our intention and our vibes and our energy, and we're mingling and we're in good company, and we're going to have a really good show and a great time. And anytime that you feel that you have something to add to a topic, please add. Feel free to call in. I'm not sure how you do that. I'm sure Scarlett can tell you how to do that. I still am very dumb when it comes to all this stuff because you know me. I'm off grid. I don't do nothing. I'm simple. I like simple. I moved to do simple. I stayed simple. I mean, I'm not simple minded, just simple living.
Right. We can get them the guest link to enter into the studio. And then
What? Who are we? What?
No, we can give people the guest link if they would like to join the studio.
Oh, right. Okay, cool.
Yep, that's
You
how
might
that
want
works.
to. Do you want to put the link for people to go in and join us into like the type? Don't we have an area we can type it?
Yes.
Thank you.
We do.
I appreciate you.
Yeah, got you. Okay, here we go.
Oh, And for those that do not know, I have done something magnificent. And I fulfilled a childhood dream. Yet another one. Check. Okay, I would just like to say that since doing all of these changes in my life, I have pretty much fulfilled every weirdo childhood dream that I've really ever had. I mean, get wolves. Check.
Right.
Have a self-sustaining farm. Check. Again, not happen. Get an African gray. Guess what, guys? Check. That happened. I have an African gray bird. She is Ellie, and she is the greatest bird in the entire world. I love this bird. Hi, I'm so good to see you. Glad you joined us. We adopted Ellie. It took quite a long span of time. There were a lot of drives and visits and a bunch of things that had to go down. Ellie is a Tamaha African gray. She's larger than Congo. She might be a redbacker. We're unsure about that because she had unfortunately become a feather plucker somewhere. She
Somebody
is
in
a
a
loser.
tutu. Tilo.
What?
Lord. Continue, G.
What?
Continue. I was just commenting on TLO's comment.
Oh, right. So, Ellie, is 25. And she's a feather picker. She's been a feather plucker.
Dang. They just snatched Red right out of the stream. Yeah, tutu. We said toot. I don't know where you got tutu out of toot, but who are we putting in a tutu? I want to know. That's what I want to know. Is who are we doing that with? Because that would be interesting. I'm here for that. Definitely here for that. I wonder how she got kicked out. They have been messing the last 30 minutes. I know. They're messing. They're playing games. Here we go.
Dude, I'm telling you what, this is BS.
They're messing with us tonight, but that's all right.
But as I was
care.
saying, you want to know a what? So as I was saying, I got Ellie, and she is a African gray. I adopted her. She's 25. She was a feather picker, or plucker when I adopted her. Like, Scarlett was with me through this whole process. Like, it was a big process to adopt Ellie. It took months. But this was a childhood dream for me, and now I have a talking chicken, which is pretty cool. Scarlett gets to hear her quite often. We've had Ellie now for about 8 months, I think. Getting close to about 8 months. The first 3 months I had her, she bit me every day. Drew blood and bit me every day without fail. no question. Every finger on every hand had a bird bite on it. And just when it would heal up, she'd crack it open somewhere else. But yet, all of them could handle and pick her up. And again, Scarlet was privy to all of this going down. And Scarlet was with me, very, very, very afraid that I just got my childhood dream for like my husband and children to steal her from me.
TLO just called your bird articulate poultry.
What?
He called Ellie articulate poultry.
She is articulate poultry. That is a true story. She's also intelligent. Like, super intelligent. Like, that is actually no joke. She does have, like, the brain capacity of, I think they compare them to a 4-year-old. And she is super smart. And she's even smarter than what you give her credit for, because it's like she's like our level kind of smart to a degree, because like she can trick you or deceive you or pretend like she's dude, the other day she managed to make it to the floor. She like I call her Monkey Bird sometimes. And she got to the floor, and then she was like tiptoeing across the floor. Like she knew she wasn't supposed to be down there, and she was literally tiptoeing, like lifting her feet and looked like she was. It was the funniest shit I had ever seen. But we've come a long way. I'm allowed to like pick her up. She like hangs with me now. She doesn't bite me. She does still like grab me and tell me no to stuff, but it's not like she's not drawing blood anymore. She's not harmfully biting anymore. I'm glad to hear about your thyroid and stuff, Pam. That's good. They also told me, as Scarlett knows, they told me when we adopted Ellie that Ellie didn't like food. They did not know my Ellie, because my Ellie is an EBB. She is a belly bird. She loves food. Loves all kinds of food. Come, baby. Come on. Hey, you. Come here. What are you doing?
If you're talking about her, she doesn't.
I know. And when you talk about her, she ignores you. Hey, kiss. On this girl. And she'll act all like she doesn't want attention sometimes, but she does. Yes, she does. Oh, my Ellie. And right now she's an escape artist, because well, not 100% an escape artist. I mean, it's partially our fault, but she in particularly we didn't shut her cage door. Like, we did shut it, but we didn't lock it, and so she just popped it open and then went, oh look, freedom. Oh, listen, Pam, you have no idea. This bird probably knows so much shit that she just like As long as we don't know she knows it, then we don't ask her to do it or expect it from her, and she's smart enough to know that, and thus she doesn't let us know shit and pretends to be dumb. But then, like, you can be like listening and be like right outside the door or laying down and you're sleeping and she didn't notice and she's just over here whistling and talking and making noise all to herself. Oh, it's amazing the things that you hear Ellie say. Oh, yeah, Ellie. I'm talking about you. Give me the eye. You okay? What's going on? Are you hot?
Ellie.
She might be hot. I'm not sure. Oh, yeah. What sound does water make, Ellie? Better? Better? Worse? Oh, there it was. He was working on a birdie poo. What sound does water make, Ellie? Oh, what a good job. What a
That
good
was
bird.
cute. Good bird. Good bird. That was so good and clear.
Oh, did
Aw.
everybody hear that? Could you guys hear
Yes.
that? That's awesome.
Oh, yeah. It's out. Yes. We all got to hear that. Dope.
Ooh.
Go, Ellie.
Good job.
Good job,
Good bird.
Ellie. Oh, that's so good. She's
Good
coming a
job.
long
Oh,
way. Oh, now we get all the water drops.
she's like, now we all want a bird.
Right.
Well, I'm spraying her. She's getting a little bit of a shower.
Peanut gallery in the back said, no, you don't.
So that's why we're doing the water sound. What sound does water make, Ellie? That's not it. That's ooh. What sound does the water make? Go make it? No, you're over showing off. She's
Yep.
like, I didn't realize other people could hear me, and now she's gonna be shot.
Yeah, but that was good. No, she did it quite a few times, and we all got to hear it, and it was super clear.
Ooh.
And we heard her do it on command the first and second times, so that was really good for her.
Oh, you're stuck, baby. Oh, good job. Good job getting unstuck. Oh, Luke. I'm sorry.
Yep.
I didn't mean to squirt you at the wrong time. Oh, Luke, you want some? Nope. What sound does the water make? Ooh, yeah, I know you like. Oh, you know what? I know what you want. Ah, she wants coconut water, y'all.
Oh, right. Better get with it.
This girl loves her some coconut. Let me tell you what. She loves the shells. She loves the inside. She loves the milk. She loves the water. She loves it all. She loves her some coconut stuff. But
Right.
if you like, look where she's from natively, coconut would be something she would probably be eating a lot of in the wild.
Oh, yeah. Especially since they fall a lot, they get access to them. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
That's the truth.
And she's a little warm, so I can give her some cold coconut water, and that helps cool her down a little bit.
Well, yeah,
Which
'cause,
is
you know,
hilarious because she's a bald daggone bird and overheat.
Well, yeah.
She's a tropical bird that they told me needs to be held between 55 and 70 degrees and higher because she's tropical and she needs that, blah, blah, blah. They're liars.
Right.
This bird gets over like 65, 70, and she's like, I'm dying.
Right.
Help me.
But you know, she's probably, they forget too that these birds acclimate to their surroundings, and
That's true.
she's been in a house type setting for 20 plus years. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
I could see them being more used to normal ambient room temperature than what they're supposed to be. You know what I mean? Just saying.
Oh yeah, she is. She's super smart. She picked up that water sound, like she just does it. And then like kisses, she didn't give kisses until I started giving them, and then she learned how to do it, and she even will make the kissy sound sometimes if I'm lucky.
Right.
But she'll always give me a kiss now. It's like a routine. She lets me pick her up, and that step up, so she does that for me now. And so when she steps up and I bring her out of the cage, it's an automatic thing. As soon as I bring her up out of the cage, she gives me a big old kiss, and it's like, you know, I say, thank you, baby, and she whistles at me.
Over it.
And she's smart because she will chime in on conversations, and you can ask her. She'll put her little
does.
2 cents in at the right time. Most of the time, she gives out laughs exactly when you're laughing, and sometimes even pre-laughed you,
Right.
which means she understands what we're saying.
Right. That's
She's
true.
been a really good addition.
Yeah, she's smart and she's fun, and
She's been great. She's been really, really amazing. I love this bird. That's all. That is all.
right.
She is pretty freaking cool. Okay. Off the Ellie thing, back to the Colorado Life with Red. I am doing bazookies. Okay. That is just that's odd. Usually it tells you. I do believe it's coming in at about 19 to 21% THC.
Okay.
Now, for those that are unaware, do not dwell on the THC content of anything.
No,
more
because
importantly,
honestly, I've never noticed a difference. Honestly,
no,
like
it's more on your
sometimes,
terpenes.
yeah, because sometimes you can get 18% that don't do shit, and other times you have 18% that hit harder than a 28. You know what I mean? Like it just all depends.
Okay, I know I said enough about the bird, but guys, African greys are total creepers. I just need people to know this. Like, she is literally on the shelf staring at me through this little triangle. She's got her whole head poked through this triangle, creepily looking at me with her bird eye.
Like I see you.
She is a total creeper, dude. Oh, you little shit.
What?
Hey, shitbird. Get out of there.
What's she doing?
Oh, she is peeking through that triangle because she is plucking at the wood. On the other side of the triangle.
It's funny.
Oh, Daddy went to pick her up. She's gonna make ooey gooey sounds. Oh, did everybody hear her? Oh, she just said hello.
Before it gets full of dishes. We can, yeah.
Oh, yes, that's glass, Ellie. Dad just made a whole brand new shelf and he just let Ellie go on it. Dad made a whole new. Okay, so my window in my kitchen,
Yep.
Scarlett,
Yep.
now has a big, nice, wide shelf to store dishes
Oh, that's nice.
across it, and I can still see out above and below it. You know what I mean?
So just
Right. That's nice.
And so right now there's really nothing on it, so Ellie is going to enjoy it like Dad just made her a bird walk.
Right.
So she's doing her first investigation. It's so funny, dude, to watch them like learn about something for the first time. They're so timid, but yet trying to be so brave. And like they walk really carefully. It's it's like watching a person afraid of like heights trying to go out on a bridge, you know, where they stick out one foot in front of them and they pat around with it and make sure it's a secure. That's like watching a bird walk down something for the first time. Like every step is like very cautious, very like, ooh, is this going to give out underneath me? And nope, okay, it's on.
That's cute. So,
Yo,
back to
we
your
love
trade.
Kiwi, Pam. We absolutely love Kiwi. Ellie and I watch
Ellie-
a lot of Kiwi together.
Oh, does she like watching birds?
Oh yes, we watch other bird videos often. That's a
cool.
thing. Yeah,
Yeah,
Ellie likes to see the other birds. What's his name? I think his name is Einstein. Is the Oh no, Apollo. Apollo is her favorite African gray that we watch.
Oh, right. I can see that.
She has a little crush on Apollo, I think.
Right. Well, she probably feels like she can, to a bird, do
And
they
they
realize that
call
it's not
it
there?
birdie love.
Right. Because, I mean, do they know that they're not there? You know what I mean? If I was a bird, I might, do they understand the concept of the phone? I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know if they do. I know they see the bird. I
Right.
know that, but I don't know if they understand that it's not there.
Right. She might think like,
Because
this bird is here.
Right. I mean, she knows he's not here, but I don't know, I don't know what she believes is going on there.
Right. That's all
But
I
know when she sees Apollo, she'll stop. And she stares at him sideways and she coos and caws at him and she tries to answer him, and it's a thing for her. Like she talks back to him. Or tries. Kiwi's adorable. That's where we get the thank you, baby. And she's not actually a parakeet. She is an Indian ringneck.
Oh, that's interesting.
That might be in the parakeet family, though, Pam. You might be right about that. But I just know, like, her actual breed name is an Indian ringneck. She's a blue Indian ringneck.
Isn't that what that Rio bird is supposed to be?
That what bird?
That Rio bird. Isn't that what that's supposed to be?
I don't know. What Rio bird?
The movie Rio.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know. I don't remember. I don't remember Rio, the movie.
Oh, it was cute. You gotta let Ellie watch that.
I will.
He's a blue macaw.
Oh no, Mike
Is
says
it?
Rio is a blue macaw.
Hmm.
Indian ringnecks are they look
Oh
almost
yeah,
like somebody's
that's
got
what it
a
was. That's what it
a
was. It's
collar on them.
actually a Spix macaw, but blue macaw referred to. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you, Mike. Good knowledge, Mike. Good knowledge.
Right. Because I was like, what was the bird? I knew it was a bird though, so I was right on that.
Right. Okay, so wait, where did she go? She's behind the curtain? Yeah, okay. Oh,
Yep.
peekaboo. What are you doing? What are you doing? Silly bird. Oh my god, you're so goofy. You're a distraction in life. Yeah, I can't with this bird, y'all. Hello, Ellie. What are you doing, pretty girl? Don't jump. Suicide chicken. Okay, guys.
Suicide
So
chicken.
she can be. I mean, okay. So this is from Galactica Cultivation. Now, what this also means is that I have a very amazing crew of people that I have been blessed to work with and that come and work with me off and on regular bases. And I know every single person whose hands have touched this up into the bud tender that sold it to me. So I know who grew it. I know who trimmed it, who chopped it down, who I know every stage that this has gone through. And maybe that's part of why it lifts and elevates my mood so much because, you know, the energy and tone and vibration of the people working with your product also goes into your product. So again, if you see Astronomics, which is actually my farm, not Galactica, which does the bazookies that puts me in a good mood. My farm is Astronomics, and everything that we do now is inside, indoor, hydroponic, by sunlight grow. And it's fire, y'all. It's good stuff. So I will stop there. So just know that I am kind of in rare form and I'm cracking a lot of jokes and I don't care what anybody says. I'm funny as shit. Maybe shit in a diaper, but it's still funny. And so that being said, I don't know where we're just because yeah. But let me find the moon news.
Voodoo.
And yes, okay.
And I don't know if Tim was just trying to talk to me or trying to come on or what, but he hit us up
I don't
on
know.
the private chat and I didn't notice. So
But
we'll
Tim
just
can
right
get
now.
with the program.
Well, Tim can listen. Yeah,
Did you say Tim?
Yeah, Tim.
Like Tim? Like Timmy?
Yeah, like our Tim. Yeah, no, yeah, like our Tim. Yes. Network Tim. Yes.
Okay.
He was in the private chat and I didn't notice it till right now. So I told him if he's still in the studio
Listen,
to let us know.
he's in Colorado. That's metal, and that's Thor's chain. How unique that you're going to be over there playing with Thor's chain. She's in love with Thor, y'all. She is in love with the wolf Thor and thinks Thor is her freaking friend. And he's not, y'all. He's going to eat her.
Right. The last time he flew down on his head.
She literally flew down onto his head.
She's still alive.
And he didn't kill her, y'all. So I am impressed with that. I am going to give Thor some props, and I don't do it very often. But
That's
Thor
true.
actually
That's
does win some score points because there's something about Thor that is either afraid of Ellie or he really digs her. Either way, I'm just saying.
Either way.
It does look like there's somebody in the guest room. Oh no, they went away, I guess. Was there? Oh, was he just trying to speak to you privately, or did he want to? He's more than welcome to come on air. I'm sorry if I ever made him feel like he wasn't. It's never a goal. All minds are welcome here as long as you're respectful. That's it.
How did I mute
No,
myself?
I don't know. Because you a mute
It just
happy
mute-
bitch.
I see, like, it's on.
Because you just be muting everything all the time. Mute, 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 and mute. Your mute button is like the old commercials for the "Don't You Wish There Was an Easy" button. That's what you're muted again. Do you know that?
Well, yeah, now they're going to make you go all roboto. Okay, so hopefully they'll let you get clear so that we can hear Moon Knows.
Moon News. Are we ready yet?
Yeah. Yes. Now they cleared you out just for that. Thank
Okay.
you.
Hi, BJ. Haven't seen you in forever. I mean, I haven't been here either, so go figure. Bum bum.
Bonbon.
Right, yeah. Pam, are you sure, or are these notification sounds in your head?
No, she probably did because somebody was calling me. Jared on my team was calling me for a video chat on Messenger. So she probably did.
None of that, Jared. None of that.
So I told him on the radio, I was like, I cannot answer video chats at
We're
this
going
time.
to need you to just wait, okay? We're going to need you to just let her have her 3 freaking hours and not bother her.
Right?
Needy people. Freaking lingerers.
Lingers. You're wrong, G. CeeLo's on the team too.
That's a movie quote. It's a movie quote. Don't get all butthurt, please.
Right.
I do movie quotes. We do that. That's a thing here. And comedy is free flowing all the time.
That's true.
And we are pretty dark comedy people. I'm not even gonna try to lie about that right now.
That's true.
I mean, one of my favorite daily things right now is a person that I know who happens to be pretty close to me. Well, I guess not close to me, but we're friends, right? Okay.
Right.
And there was a problem with said friend, and said friend ended up having to have a good portion of his lower leg amputated. Which is, oh my gosh. But one of my favorite things to do right now is we exchange one-legged jokes. At least one a day. He usually hits me with one. I hit him with one. We skip around it. What is that smell?
Shit.
No, it smelled like cherries. Oh, you've got this in the oven.
Oh, where'd Red go?
It just, there was an odd smell.
Oh, you just went totally silent. So I was like, oh, did she get kicked out or? But no, apparently not. It was fine.
Okay. So, yeah. So, Major Dark. What do you mean?
Comedy. You said we were dark comedy, and TLO said,
Oh,
yeah,
right.
Major Dark.
We are. TLO definitely.
He knows.
Definitely.
TLO knows.
Like I said, one of my favorite things to do right now is exchange daily one-legged jokes with my friend that just literally had to have his, but it was him. He started it. I would like that to be known. I didn't just randomly go up to him and be like, "You're going to deal with my dark humor." He came looking for it. This was totally what he needs right now. You know what I mean? Like people
Right.
need certain things in their healing. This is something he needs. He needs somebody who's not really going to treat him different, but still kind of point out the elephant in the room.
Right.
You know? The shadow knows. Oh, shut up right now. Oh, TLO, I can't even with you.
I tell him that often.
Oh my God, giggle.
All right, Moon News. Moon News. Moon News.
Joe Jalapeno. I don't know who that is, Pam.
Do you, what the heck is Jeff
Oh,
Dunham?
Jose Jalapeno on a stick. I do know who you're talking about. Okay, it just
Jeff
wasn't
Dunham.
reading. That took a moment. I was like, I don't know. Oh yeah. Yeah, no, I love him too. I love Jeff Dunham. He's
Yeah,
really
Jeff
good.
Dunham.
I'm actually making plans to go see Joe Coy.
He's funny.
He's gonna be around me, so I'm gonna go see him. I'm actually really stoked for it. I really need a girls' night, just going and laughing. And I think I gotta take
Absolutely.
Bazookies with me.
Yeah, take the what?
Bazookies with me.
Oh Lord.
Only you
They
will
might
get
as
this,
well.
and that's okay. But I
Right.
do need to just say it out loud in case anybody out there is listening.
Okay.
I found my Thelonious skunk, I think.
Right. I feel it. I feel it. I feel it. I'm saying though, that's the one. That's Curtis's one though. I'm not gonna lie. It really is. That's his jam.
Right. Okay.
I haven't had that one where I'm just like, let's stop and be like, drop all the things. But this one be having you, like I said, this one has you all. Woo. Like I said, I had to ask you, were you on something? And you were like, well, yes, I am.
Well, yes, I am.
Right. It just has you more playful than usual. So you can definitely tell it's a good,
I
uplifting
am.
strain.
And I'm just done caring about what everybody else thinks, and I'm here for me. Like in life in general, like just where I feel like people should be, you know what I'm saying? Because like it's that time. And Moon News is gonna explain this. Well, I want to try this really quick, guys, because for the first time ever, I'm trying eggplant parmesan.
Oh yeah.
I'm scared and excited all at the same time.
I like it, so but I can't say that everybody does. So
And it's on. We put ours on spaghetti noodles,
okay,
like gluten free,
all right.
made by Barilla, y'all. I have to say, I think it's pretty delicious.
I told you.
I'm not even trying to hide that right now.
No, I told you, G. Like I actually really like it for like a person who usually likes, those dishes with meat. I was a fan.
Um, yeah, I think I'm a fan.
I was a fan.
Um, I don't like the skin.
Yeah, you can make it with or without. If you get younger, if it's real young and tender, it's thick. It kind of gets thick and like chewy, if that makes
Mm-hmm.
sense. But yeah,
Yeah. Are you gluten free, TLO? Oh, hi, baby. Thank you, baby. Mm. Was that her?
Me.
Did she bite you?
No. Claws are getting sharp.
Oh, the claws are getting sharp.
I had to follow down myself.
They told me that I was not going to have to cut her nails probably for a while because, she's so old and they would grow slow and stuff. I think they're liars because her beak is super sharp all of a sudden too and longer, and they said that too was not going to need to be done for a long time. But yeah, no, yeah, I think I just take good care of her and I give into a lot of her BS because she's older. So I let her get away with a lot. Like, she doesn't really like to eat fruits and vegetables, but she loves baby food and she loves or mashed food, or like, if I do it in a food processor, or if I buy her the all organic baby food or whatever, and she likes stuff cooked. She doesn't really like anything raw. And she likes juice. Oh my god, the bird is addicted to juice. Like, straight at home, make juice, like not like junk juice, like 100% nothing but like, vegetable and fruit juice mixes. Barilla, I believe, does make a superior pasta. In everything. Because their gluten-free pasta is definitely way better than any other gluten-free pasta out there. And you can't really tell the difference between the gluten-free pasta and regular pasta, except the gluten-free doesn't like to stay whole like one strand. Part of that is how you cook it. And if you get it just right, it will stay together, but it's super hard to get just that right spot. But yes, TLO, even before I went gluten free, I always thought that Barilla made superior pasta. It might have been all of the brainwashing. Yes, that was a joke. Of the commercials, maybe it wasn't. That used to go around that made us believe that Barilla was the superior pasta. I mean, kind of like we grew up believing that if you had Grey Poupon in the fridge, you were rich. Yes, Pam, spaghetti squash is amazing. However, I think to do Parmesan with spaghetti squash would just be too much of a squash situation. And for those who are wondering, because I looked it up today, eggplant is actually not a squash. It is actually considered the fruit of a poisonous tree or vine, and it is actually part of the nightshade family.
And this is what you're fucking feeding us?
No, the fruit isn't. The fruit isn't poisonous.
What just happened?
Well, thanks for the Last Supper. Love you too.
I
I'm
was
trying to
giving
kill Peanut Gallery. I leave the show and she just tries to kill Peanut Gallery live on air, y'all.
It's his worst streak. It's his worst fear. I swear to God, it's his worst fear that I'm gonna poison his food one day. Which should make you question how you're treating me if you're afraid I'm gonna poison your food. I should just
Correct.
point that out.
Correct.
I'm feeding my family poison. Ta-da!
That is not what I said. You just picked out that part of, oh my God. Talk about things being taken out of context, G. Thank you for this lesson before we get into the book.
Right.
I know what
But
you
we haven't
heard.
done Moon News. Where's Moon
But
News?
what I
at?
said was,
This is poison.
no, this is poison. The poison for Peanut Gallery. The poison specifically picked out to kill Peanut Gallery. That poison, yes, we know. Okay.
Right.
So,
Poor Peanut Gallery.
what I was telling everybody was I was just giving them a short little thing about eggplant because I was looking it up today because I've never messed with it,
Right.
And one of the things that Pam said is that spaghetti squash is super good for you, and I said, yeah, but I think putting eggplant parmesan on spaghetti squash might just be too much of a squash situation.
Oh, right. I think she meant like separately.
And I was like, but for the record, eggplant is indeed not a squash at all. And is actually considered the fruit, so it's considered fruit
True.
of a tree or vine. And the other stuff, like the leaves on it, are poisonous. But the fruit, which is the eggplant, is not, and it's actually part of the nightshade family.
Yeah, I like growing eggplants. They're fun.
For those that didn't know.
Yeah, they are.
So-
Oh, yeah. And Bonnie said that the same family as potatoes, tomatoes, and peppers. Oh, that's probably Tim.
Yes.
Oh, there's Tim. Oh, we're going to let Tim in, and then you can do Moon
Okay.
News. Yay.
Okay, Moon News.
Moon News! I'm so excited. Okay.
Okay, focus.
Fine.
Okay, Moon News.
I know.
January
Fuck it.
6th
Fuck us.
was the full
All right.
moon of this year.
Howdy,
Or of this year.
Tim.
Well,
Hello.
it was the first. Hi, Tim.
Hello. What I
Okay,
missed?
so we're going to...
What I missed?
Yeah, welcome in.
Yeah, welcome to Jiff.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I want to hear the moon news. I've never heard of this.
Yeah, you'll like
Oh.
it, Tim. So, yeah, you're in for a
Yeah.
treat.
I'm under a lot of pressure to like a bazillion people who are like, moon news, what is that? What? Okay.
Right. No, this used to be like a recurring thing on the show that Red did a lot, that takes a lot of research for. So we appreciate it. And it's kind of like a horoscope in a way.
Mm-hmm.
So like, it's kind of got that vibe.
It's done
But it's moon related.
directly by the full moon and
Right.
and the surrounding moon. So it's directly related to the moon. And what I do is I take the signs and symbols of that moon and I mix it together kind of with like the realities of what's going on, like with political stuff and like the agendas of today and everything, and how it all just kind of like, see, moon news will tell you if you pay attention. Like the moon tells you everything if you're listening to it. So moon news, our full moon was January 6, 2023. So I'm super late with it. I'm sorry, but that's just, it's reality, guys. This is how it is. But you're about to get January and February together at the same time. So I will be on my bed. Okay. It was called the Wolf Moon, also the Micro Moon. It's also a micro moon. Does anybody know what that is?
No.
We brought up at the time that was the first time I had heard of a micro moon was this cycle. So, and we've been following the moon pretty close, with me following space weather and all these other things, that we've heard of super moons, but I hadn't heard of the micro moon.
So, Red has been complaining for 4 years now that all these moons are supermoons. And in case anybody has ever wondered what a supermoon or the definition of a supermoon was, which most people don't really question because they're just used to the narrative now. Supermoon means that the moon is closest to the Earth than it has ever been. Ever. So every time they're like, it's a supermoon, either they don't know what it means and they're misrepresenting it, or the moon has literally creeped closer and 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 closer every month for 4 years.
Because of the shift. Go ahead.
Right. That's what I think it would be. Because if we're moving, that would make sense why the moon keeps getting closer all the time.
Right. As soon, and not to be the conspiracy theorist that we are or anything, but as soon as Scarlett and I started bringing this up yet again about the supermoons, all of a sudden there is a micro moon. Do you know what that means,
micro moon.
It means that the moon is now the furthest it's been from the Earth ever recorded. Now, I'm going to need somebody to explain to me how it did that in 1 month.
Correct.
The month before it was a supermoon, and this month it's a micromoon. It took 4 years to get this close, but it took less than 3 weeks to get the furthest it's ever been from Earth.
Right. Like, seriously, think about that.
I'm not a scientist. I'm just your average everyday Joe putting shit together, but that don't make sense.
No, it does not.
Unless,
Okay.
unless conspiracy theory, unless the moon is a satellite and it has its
What
own
you
propulsion.
So we're not in disagreement that is a possibility, Tim.
Oh, I firmly believe that, but that's just my crazy perspective. And I mean, back in the Apollo missions, they dropped something, and when they were coming back from the lunar module, and it rang like a bell for like 5 hours. So
I don't know if you caught it.
what?
Oh, no, they're robotoing you. Awesome. I know. Did you move?
She breaking up bad because I can't.
She is. That's why it's only been happening sometimes.
Yeah, I heard it earlier.
Yeah.
How about now?
Perfect.
Yes.
Odd. Okay.
I mean, you got to roll with it, but
You're right.
Nothing but problems all night. Hey, babe, the electric went off. I can't have that.
Sure can.
Sure can't what?
Well, something went off.
Oh, right. All right.
So, moon news. Continue. Micro
Moon
moon.
news. It was also called the full wolf moon. Oh, well, we were into this micro moon conversation.
That's what
and
I
then we
just
got
said. I
distracted
said
because-
micro moon. That's why I said no. I said micro moon.
See? So they intentionally made me go robotic because this is a thing.
It is a thing.
Could be.
No, we know it's a thing. They do it to me in Red all the time. They used to do it to us on Blog Talk.
Oh, yeah.
So
Mhm.
it doesn't matter the platform. That's why we just ignore it, because it doesn't matter what we're on. We could be on the clearest, cleanest, have the strongest signal there ever was, and it still happens.
Yep.
Yep. It's true. We've used so many different platforms, and it happens to us on whatever we're using. I mean, even when we were using Zoom,
Right.
even when we were using Spreaker, I mean, literally everywhere we go. So it doesn't matter where we go.
Must be the algorithms, and they have your voice pattern. It's the only thing.
Correct. Just like they always give you, this show will probably get a strike on YouTube. Because you're here, Tim. They always hit
That's
you.
my-
So
I know.
they have you algorithmed in for sure. But yeah, so I mean, that we know that's a thing. That's not something new.
It's like, there he is. Get him to shut up.
Right. Like, bam, send it out.
All right.
Exactly. So let's see if they got you back now, Red.
Go ahead.
Am I good? Am I good? Can you
Yeah.
hear me?
No, you're good now.
Oh,
Yeah.
good.
Micromoon.
Okay. So they also call. Okay, we're gonna stop with that topic because they
Yeah,
don't
we're gonna
like it right
continue.
now.
Yeah, we're gonna continue. Yep.
Okay, aka Cinder Moon Cold Frost Exploding. Okay, now
We've been getting that a lot though. We've been getting this weird freezing fog shit lately,
I would
like
just
every
to
day.
say, though, too, for the record, with this cold frost exploding moon and freeze up moon and severe moon, I've been doing moon news a long time. That is the first time I have seen those moon names. So I don't know if they just be making up new ones, what they be doing there, but
Good point though,
I
because
just like that.
shouldn't they be like? Weren't they at one point all the same, like 12 months of the
Yes,
year?
ma'am.
Yeah. Hmm.
Can I
Yes,
say
ma'am.
something? real quick?
Sure.
Oh yeah.
I just want to say hi to everybody because I can't type in the chat room because I came in through.
Oh yeah, you came in through the link because they wouldn't send me the email. Gee, I don't know what was going on.
I can try it again, but I just want to say hello, hi everybody. I'm not ignoring you, so thank you.
Yeah,
That's it.
you.
Right. Okay. So they also call it the Canadian Goose Moon, the Great Moon, Greetings Moon, and Spirit Moon.
Okay.
Now, this particular moon is in Cancer, which equals emotional as hell, y'all. Okay?
Right.
Anybody who knows a Cancer knows how emotional they
Yep.
are, right? Okay. So please notation, it's gonna be an emotional ride. And since we are at the end of the month, we can talk more into this. We've noticed, right? We've noticed how emotional this month has been.
Absolutely.
Okay. It's a very give and take energy. And it's got a very heightened sensitivity to energy of our own as well as others. Okay. So, and again, we can say towards the end of this month, man, we felt that, right? All of us in different areas. And then as you go further in, one of the things that people need to be very aware of, because I think that we forget a lot, empaths. This is a bad month right now for empaths. Empaths have it hard right now. Okay,
That's true.
because they are already feeling everything everybody's feeling, and now they're gonna feel that intensify with this moon. So if you're an empath, you need to be prepared for that right now, and it's not necessarily pretty. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Now, psychic vampires.
Ooh.
We need to be on prime lookout. Because they're out hunting emotions hard
Yes.
right now.
Mhm.
Hard.
Amen.
Yeah.
Vampires
Okay.
are?
It's
Ooh.
psychic vampires, the
Oh,
people who
psychic.
like to suck your energy from you, Tim.
Oh, I
That's
got
what that
plenty-
means.
You mean family members? I got plenty of that.
Oh, that
Yes.
was good shit.
Yes, Tim. That is exactly what I mean.
Oh, that was good.
Ooh. Yes, family members. Friends that aren't really your friend.
Right,
those type of people.
Coworkers, you know.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Go ahead,
So-
Giola. Don't be shy.
Right.
Yeah.
Super empath. Go ahead, Teal. Of course you can say something.
Yes.
Like, do you need us to read so you can say it?
Right.
Like,
Do you need
we're
the
all
link?
like, ooh, do we talk?
Yeah.
Okay. So, yeah, so you're probably feeling it hard, TLO, like super hard. And that's to be, so we want to be on guard for these psychic vampires because, like I said, they are out and they are hunting emotions right now. And emotions right now, they're gonna roll from very intense places. Okay. And they're gonna be very intense, and they're gonna range from happy and laughing to crying and anger all at once. So it's gonna be like a roller coaster of emotion. I think at this point in the month, everybody can pretty much agree with
Correct.
that. It's
This whole month was a
definitely
complete
been.
roller coaster the whole way. Even Tim knows it too, right, Tim?
Amen. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And TLO for
You know,
that matter.
I definitely think that we've all felt that.
Yeah, in our own
Which is
situations, in
why-
our own lives, not necessarily together, but I know we've been, we keep in touch with each other even when we're not on air. So it's like, no, we've all been feeling this in many different ways.
Mhm.
Yeah. I was overloaded this month, and I still am being overloaded.
Same.
I had
It's
to
starting to get better though.
I had to pull back and withdraw. It was too much.
Yep, I did too. Yeah.
Good you said that, Tim, because this is a time that we really, really need to be paying attention,
Mhm.
and we really, really need to be drawing or maintaining your boundaries.
Right.
Right now is the time that we need to be using our voice to draw boundaries where they're needed. If your silence was by the boat so that you would make other people happy, you'll be able to not rock the boat. You're not going to be able to maintain your peace until you brace honesty. You will encounter oppositional behaviors from anyone in denial of own accountability right now.
Repeat that one more time, G, because they put you rubato at the end.
At the very end, what was the last word you heard?
Blah, blah,
Yeah, that was basically it. Yeah, but it was like something about oppositional.
yeah,
That's what
people will be oppositional
Okay.
with you. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's what-
yeah. That's
Okay,
what it
you will encounter oppositional behaviors from anyone is a denial of their own accountability life.
denial of their own accountability. Yeah, and that's true though. No, that's true. I don't want to call certain people out, but he alone knows these people. And these people are still causing problems. Okay. And it's not Dwayne, but these people keep causing problems. And it's because they won't take accountability for their own actions. And it keeps coming up as a theme, like consistently.
I can agree to that.
Mm-hmm.
Now, as we go,
Damn, they're making you go all robotic again. Did you move or something?
Oh, she backed out.
Oh, that's probably why, because they were hitting her so hard. And then when she comes back, it usually lets her come back real clear.
Yeah, but
But
talking
this
about,
makes a lot of sense, though. Yeah, no, see, this is Red's Moon News. It'd be interesting.
and they don't like the moon news, really?
No, they don't like Moon News.
Well, the moon is. Did I share this with you that people astral project to the moon?
Mm-hmm.
There's
Oh,
the
yeah.
warnings by whomever they are saying, "Don't come any closer, never come back again, and get the hell out of here."
Mm.
Well, what's up with the moon?
I've heard it's like a secret base for the Chinese, even. I've heard lots of things. Yep.
It is fascinating, though. I mean,
It is.
the mathematics of its orbit and the size of the planet Earth and all this stuff is like too exact to be a fluke.
Right.
If people do their homework just on the moon, I did a podcast on it. It's called "The Moon Is a Spaceship."
Hmm.
There's Red. She's back.
Yay.
okay, how about now?
Okay, cool.
Better. Yep.
Okay, sorry. I don't know. They booted me and I had to come back. So,
Well,
anyways,
it's better now, so good. Continue.
we were just at maintaining your boundaries, drawing boundaries. Oppositional behaviors from anyone in denial of their own accountability in life and other areas right now, right? That's where we were.
Yep.
Yeah, which is everybody, but okay.
Isn't it? So
Okay.
many people right now. It's legit
Yeah.
real.
Right. So we need to be very careful with what and how we say things right now.
Mm.
Okay.
Okay.
And so that means that we do not downplay anything. Let it play out. We will feel more in our own feelings, especially good, sweet, nostalgic memory type feelings. And if you want those to continue, you're going to get a lot of memories to continue. Childhood traditions, for instance, this year. You're going to find comfort in your hobbies, your music, your movies from our childhood.
I can't
Right.
believe you're saying that. You know why?
Okay. Why?
'Cause I was watching TV yesterday. This is going to date me,
Uh-huh.
but I was 6 years old when this show came out. And I just stumbled on the Partridge Family and I started watching it and I got like
Ooh.
hooked like I never seen it before in my life. It is so weird.
Right. Yes. You're going to find a lot of comfort in your childhood things this month.
Wow.
You know, like for instance, I just came across that 90s show. And I'm watching it and I'm like, oh my God. Yes, it's not old, but it brings me comfort because that 70s show is from my past and kind of what I consider my childhood. Because, you know, for me, anything before children was childhood. That's not everybody. That's just me personally, because I personally did not grow up. I was a Toys R Us kid, baby. Until I had kids. Welcome back, Scarlett.
Thank you.
What's going on?
Or not. I don't didn't like me. You don't understand, Tim. They don't like me. They don't like what we are about to talk about. They don't like it.
The moon? Really?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Huh.
So, yeah, they don't like it. Now, another thing that we're going to be going through right now is you also need to be very warned that you can't get sucked back into your past either right now. You can revisit it. Remember the good times, the good vibrations, the nurturing of your childhood. Do not stumble into your childhood traumas. You need to release and heal them. It's
Whoa.
time. Okay? You need this full moon. As we know, all full moons are emotional. Okay? We're not going to lie about that. We can't hear you though, Scarlett, if you've been talking.
So real quick, what's a super moon, red moon? What's that?
The super moon still means that it's the closest it's ever been. And then red moon is supposed to be a whole other spiritual level of energy where it is. And again, it's going to depend on the month, when it's drawn. All of that information is going to play in.
Interesting.
So there's no real simple answer to your question with that.
It depends on the month and what's going on, pretty much.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. All right. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So now we need to it's always emotional, but this is really intense. It's going to be more unpredictable than usual because we have unpredictable Uranus in the picture with it. So it's going to go on the happy side that's going to bring out unseen blessings of opportunity and prosperity, as well as generous gifting from loved ones. Small moments of beauty are going to happen in abundance this month. So you want to remember that your ultimate blessings of maintaining this planet is truly a blessing. And you need to be embracing Mother Nature right now. The Green Man energy is going to fill up on, sometimes I can't read my own writing, y'all. But you need to be filling up on the sight and smell and sounds around in you right now. Random acts of kindness will show heightened and more prevalent results for pleasant surprises to ebb and flow your way this month. Thinking outside of the box is important this month if you want to resolve issues. This will be most helpful right now. This is also a good new year, new energy vibes with new info and ideas, all to help ensure a smooth and prosperous journey this moon cycle. For the first 2 weeks, which we're already past, you should have been feeling like and kind of focusing a lot on your home life, making sure that it wasn't in opposition with work or needs and wants. And this will lead to your that will drain and release those energies on a very large scale. Especially on feelings versus rational states right now of your mind. So understanding your feelings, vital this month, as well as shaking them up and sharing them. But do so carefully, not to distort your reality, because that will cause poor judgment based on mixed feelings of confusion and indecisiveness. And that will lead to the inability to shake off your anxieties. And this is not what we want. We want to just relax and lead to additions that will prepare for emotional biases and misunderstandings. So you need to make sure that you have that cushion in there. And you're going to feel like everything has become too much and that you need to dial it back, especially in conversations with sensitive topics right now. Also with your negotiations on any subject matters. Remember that Mercury is still in retrograde, y'all. Okay, all right. And it's over there. It's also note that during this month, inhibitions will be largely over and or ignored. You will be taking risks to instigate your changes, and you will be more spur of the moment to be more independent. This is what you should be going through right now, guys. Okay, the last 2 weeks of your moon cycle. You will be taking those risks to instigate change, to be more spur of the moment, to be more independent and less comfortable in your stagnations and outside of your comfort zones. Your new friendships are going to stem from very unexpected encounters. You are going to have a heightened sense of adventure right now. It is going to be spurred by new into your future aspects of different points of view to anticipate the reciprocation of new exciting opportunities. But the need for translucency is very high this month, as communication of new information can lead to bright ideas with a tendency to only see the black and white, leaving no margin of human error. Now, this can lead to argumentative states and misunderstandings. Scarlet. We just experienced this the other night together, which is why I say that. And it's going to lead to outstanding achievements this month with your determination, your hard work.
Hell yeah.
Again, you need to be careful not to let the prosperity of your skills and trade, along with your resolve of mind and spirit, to drown you in oppositional emotions. Self-control, balance, and remembering actions must also align with your words, as well as your morals. These feelings should start changing toward the new moon cycle, which started around the 21st. From the 21st through February 5th, you should use this time for your healing, your regeneration, contemplating, and meditation, so that you can release and let go. Release and let go, y'all. Let it go. You don't need that bullshit. Let it go. Okay? See, again, why we are facing the fuck around and find out month. Okay? Now, we're going to release, we're going to let go, and the focus, you need to be focused on decluttering and harvesting right now. This is going to guide you into your next full moon and the moon cycle, fully ready to take that on. But that's a moon of another month. So let's not get too far ahead there. Heightened emotions of the month, or I'm sorry, highlights of this month: emotional moodiness, high vibes, easy to misinterpret, caution required, all up in your own feelings about every little thing. Reset, release, prepare, and be excited. Blessings will be rampant, but you must be ready and open to receive. Give and take. Know all about self. Ability to share and love others.
So pretty much just shut up and listen.
Yep. And you need to do this unconditionally, guys. This is of great value this month. Overall, it's going to be a good year. Full moon, better than last 3 Januaries anyway. Okay? Now, that was for January. February's full moon news is coming at ya. So this is going to be the prophecy that everybody knows me for now, because now I'm not just repeating or regurgitating. Nobody can say that I just make this up off the cuff and give it to you at the end of the month. So here it is at the beginning of the month so that you can prepare for your month coming ahead. Okay? So, moon news 2023. The full moon for February is going to be February 5th. It is called also known as the snow moon. The chaste moon, the ice moon, the bear moon, and the storm moon. Also as the hunger moon. And the snow moon. So, this moon, February's moon, is going to be in Leo. Now, this is more crazy emotional energy coming at ya. So we won't be yanked right out of the heightened emotional energy from January, which is actually going to be really nice because you're going to ebb and flow kind of over into it. It's not going to feel like so much of a shock. You're going to have all the emotion ripped away at one time, right? So even though, yes, it's going to be highly emotional, we can ride it over. So that's going to be nice that it's actually going to give it to you. It's, however, going to be this February's energy for the moon is actually going to be very personal. It's going to be feeling with the shift from Cancer feelings to the Leo feelings of romance and fertility and relationships. Now, that doesn't mean that they're romantic as in intimately romantic relationships and romances either. This can be just simply friendships. We've got to let go of what we think words mean and accept just what they mean. And you listen, one of my main things that I can tell you for this whole year going forward, guys, is if you are in any relationship that is not intensely emotional and intimate, let it go. You're not really in a relationship. You don't have a friendship. It's not a relationship. Walk away. Just stop wasting your time. Welcome back, Scarlett. Stop trying to live in houses that ain't for you. You see what I'm saying?
Yep.
That's going to be important coming up. So you're going to feel all of these feelings, and this is going to actually challenge you between romantic, personal, and all non-personal feelings. You're going to have that heightened boost of creativity and self-expression and individual ego in pleasure receiving. Romance is going to be keenly unaware that you're feeling romantically, because you're going to feel that impersonal dissociation feeling as well. Friendship feelings and forcing balances between personal and non-personal ways of self-expression is going to be important right now. Being proud and intense is no longer content. Or no longer content. You're going to feel very proud. You're going to feel a very intense feeling to no longer feel content just to be on the team anymore. This is going to be a newfound value of independence, and it will illuminate yourself, but you could experience a little bit of conflict of balance between team and yourself. And this will add to a heavy emotional burst of consciousness, allowing for the continuance of self-expression. And for this cycle, you can expect to discover what's meant for you, but you won't be able to dial back the feelings. They need to be acknowledged and released. Good, bad, indifferent. They need to balance. It must be stricken immediately, as quickly as you can find it, and then you need to maintain it. Caution must be taken as rational may be very far off in this emotional storm. This time, Uranus is stirring up unexpected rebellion that's going to lead to abrupt and premature energies that are going to lead to false epiphanies and possible revelations for those prophets and seers out there. Their fights with self could be precedents for the month. This energy is going to lead to the final wrap on a big problem or issue that you have in life, and you need to be very careful because Leo is hard to discern from positive, healthy energy and unhealthy and chaotic. Especially now that we're focusing more on romantic relationships and personal relationships. You need to experience the aggressiveness causing issues in lovers that will need a healthy outlet. You're going to need to find a good, healthy outlet, whether it's from sexual release, fetishes, kinks, or really good vanilla sex. It's going to need to be knocking them boots time off your homies, or you're not going to find peace. You need to find that balance, and it needs to be healthy.
So you're saying we're all going to get laid. That's what you're saying, pretty much.
Yes,
Hey!
hopefully. That
Can you
should
guys
be
hear me?
what
Can you
the
guys hear me? Can you
people-
guys hear me? Can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me?
Just saying, do more 69s.
Mhm.
Ooh, who's that?
Can
That
you
was
hear me?
Curtis.
No,
was
that was
Tyler.
Richie. No, that was Richie on my radio.
Oh,
Jeez.
so
That's awesome, though. Just listen to it.
We can hear
That's
that.
so funny. You came over the air and I wasn't muted and I couldn't tell if they could hear me or not. And they were like, "Oh, who is that?"
Yeah.
It was great, Richie. It was great. So everybody on air got to hear that. So
I-
thanks, Richie.
we can still hear you.
Oh, I know that.
Okay. So as we were going forward,
Doubtful.
don't forget that romantic energy is not just for romance. Your friendships too will need nurturing and watering the plants, or you're not getting fruit. One person is not a realistic outlet to meet all of your needs. This is why friendships are so important in our lives. The balance of lovers and non-lovers is of great importance. This cycle and this will continue through the 20th of February. During this time, you need to nurture your romantic vibes, but balance them. Don't forget to bitch about the significant other once in a while with the non-lovers of your life, or you will lose your balance. You will lose your peace in the romantic scene with your lover. For single people, this cycle is saying, stop worrying. Give yourself permission to just have fun with your friends, and you're going to be pleasantly surprised at what may pop up. This will all guide you towards the next cycle, which is going to begin on the 20th of February. And if you have managed to align things pretty well, this should still lead to the prosperity of financial windfalls stirring from your hard ass work from 2022, allowing you to feel righteously proud of yourself, your skills, and that will lead into accomplishments, feelings of being unstoppable. This next new cycle, don't forget to advocate for yourself and to get that recognition by asserting yourself accordingly. Should you need help finding your voice, it will be coming soon to follow with March. Your success is imminent in this Leo full moon cycle, as this will all help lead to the next moon cycle of continued flow and ebb. This really could turn to a great professional year for many. Stay tuned. Next month, you will be receiving March's full moon news.
My birthday.
Probably, yes.
It is my
Woohoo.
birthday in
Oh,
March.
your birthday's in March? What day?
Correct. March 2nd.
Awesome. Awesome. Good to know.
Yeah,
Good to
most
know.
definitely. That's pretty wild. And
So that's moon news for anybody who has never experienced it. I hope that you all enjoy it. I hope that it proves to be spot on for you. It usually is. I would love for you all to come back next month and let me know if you were feeling all of these things that I think you should be. And to get March's full moon news, because that's going to be pretty intense news too. But then again, you know, all moon news is pretty intense because it does line up when it starts happening. It really starts happening. So I'm glad that it is what it is, because Scarlett's been there through 4 years now of moon news. This is the best beginning of a year moon news I've had in 4 years.
We've had terrible moon news at this time of year. It's been like dark, desolate, dying.
But it's been that way. It's not lying. It's been dark and desolate because it's been dark and desolate, guys. Like, I can't make it not if it's not going to be. So the fact that this is saying, woohoo, it's not going to be dark and desolate, I'm like, woohoo, fucking yes, like winning. Now, I want to get some of this book done tonight because it's really why we're here. And for those that are unaware, the book is, I play around a lot with stuff in my descriptions. And again, for those that missed what I had said early in the beginning of I might not have said it on air. I might have just said it to Scarlett in studio. I pitter patter around about giving out the title of the book, because as soon as the powers that be will just say, find out what I'm actually doing a show on, like this book, and they do everything in their power to stop, prevent, block, dodge. I mean, geez, just giving out moon news, they already have put up enough moon blockers to fade out the damn sun. But if I put the actual title and everything going on, they're very quick to try to shut it down. And it's kind of a little joke play, because you know, I'm secretive about it, because, well, the title of the book is Secret Don't Tell. Shh, it's a secret. You know what? That could be a big part of it, TLO. Or, I mean, Pam. I'm sorry, I'm just now reading comments. So that could be a reason that Valentine's Day. But yeah, I don't know. So we have already done part 1. So we're going to jump right into part 2. Now, for me and anybody else out there, I'm just going to assume this is still like the really kind of boring parts of the book, because this is just case histories leading into what is going to be the real meat of the book. So it is a little bit boring. It's a little bit kind of like but you need to know this information and you need to be paying attention, because otherwise the rest of everything that they're going to say is totally not going to make sense. As much as being able to know that these things existed, you know, these people have existed, these things have happened to people. Again, we're going to reiterate that we have full permission to do this with the book actually written We have handwritten permission in the book to share the book. We can't make any text changes. They want us to discuss it. They want us to do newsletters, magazine articles. It's very important for everybody to know that this is a secret. Don't tell. It's the encyclopedia of hypnotism that we are falling into. And the author was Carla Emery. She had to do most of this writing and hiding, y'all. And now she's dead. It's you know, this is some serious stuff, and we're about to learn exactly why. As dry as the Sahara Desert. Oh Lord, it's yellow. Thank you. Thank you. So, to recap, we were in the case history of Paley Hardwick, and we had done his predator Nielsen, which is the hypnotist, pretty much. And you have Paley Hardwick, who is going to be your victim. And we got through that. We got a little through Paley's childhood and youth. We did Paley's capturing, his trial and his imprisonment, and his introduction to Nielsen, his guru. All things that we covered. And for anybody who missed that, there is a link. I'm sure Scarlett can pull it up for you. That can take you to episode 1 that will catch you up to this point.
Where'd that come from?
Apparently
Yeah, right?
Twitch.
I know.
Apparently Twitch.
Okay, all right. That made us all pause. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, that crap.
Okay. So
I didn't know you could get spam on this show.
Yeah,
yes,
you do
apparently, I
occasionally,
apologize.
especially on Twitch. No, especially on Twitch.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No, it's all good. It's not you. It just comes in.
I know, but it's, you know, still, it's like freaking spammers,
And
man.
we don't need some promoters of our channel. Like I've always said, I'd rather have it grow organically.
Isn't that the truth? Okay. So we're going to jump right into Paley learns yoga. Okay. So, and we remember our players. So Paley is the victim. Nielsen is the predator. Okay. Or prey and predator. We can look at them this way. So Paley learns yoga. Reassured by Nielsen that play acting, the lonely young man finally accepted his preferred friendship. Paley and Nielsen were both accused of collaboration. Both were in prison. Both were assigned to the workroom. Their friendship seemed natural to Paley, and soon he also accepted Nielsen's offer to teach meditational skills, right? Why not? You're living with this guy in jail, right? Might as well pick his brain, know what he knows, right? Just saying. So after that, in the workroom, every day, often in a corner by themselves, Nielsen did spiritual exercises with Paley. Like most covert hypnotists, Nielsen carefully avoided the word hypnosis. He also substituted occult terminology for the H word, and he called hypnotic episodes concentrations. He gave Paley relaxation exercises or magnetic strokings or yogic training and how to cease thinking. Nielsen always began new induction routines by requiring Paley to try it on him first. Con artist Nielsen would then pretend to be completely helplessly under Paley's mental influence. Nielsen's play acting banished any fear that Paley might have that Nielsen could get power over him. Only then did Nielsen let Paley, who was now very interested and confident, have a turn at being the subject of the experiment. See how he did that, y'all? See how he did that, y'all? That's some dirty, underhanded shit. Can y'all still hear me?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am. We just don't want to interrupt you.
No. Feel free when I'm like making extra side comments. Feel free, agree, whatever, because this is some fucked up shit, y'all. I'm not even going to try to lie about that right now. And it makes me question a lot of shit about my own life right now. I'm not going to lie about that either. Now, anybody who's been on my previous shows or listened to previous shows, especially Scarlett being my best friend for quite a little bit, she is very aware why this would be so like, whoa, okay?
You right though.
Yeah. So thus, when Nielsen introduced a hand locking induction routine to Paley, Paley first did it to the guru. Nielsen only pretended to be unable to pull his hands apart when Paley said, try it. You cannot pull your hands apart. Nielsen knew the routine was just a trick played on ignorant people who don't realize that everybody's knuckle size prevents them from pulling apart clasped hands unless they spread their fingers to allow the larger knuckles to pass through. This is a test of hypnotic susceptibility, y'all. It's also a hypnosis induction because if a subject believes they have been compelled to obey by mental power, they'll continue to obey suggestion. When it was Nielsen's turn to give the suggestion to Paley, Paley really locked his hands. He really believed that he could not pull his clasped hands apart when challenged to try to. Then Nielsen knew for sure Paley was susceptible hypnotic subject, a proper candidate to be the agent of the guru's perfect crimes. After the hand-locking exercise, Nielsen led Paley in breathing exercises combined with various yoga postures and concentrations on various mental ideas. To Paley, it was all just an amusing game, a toy, a prison pastime. He had no idea that Nielsen was covertly conditioning him for mind-controlled life. You hear this shit, y'all?
Yep.
This is as easy as falling into the wrong prison cell with somebody back in the 40s. So what the hell you think they can do to you now in 2023?
Whatever they want.
Okay? Just want to say that.
Mm-hmm.
Nielsen asked Paley, whose prison behavior record was better than his, to request to share a cell with him. Paley received permission. That began a long series. Nielsen tells Paley what to say or do. Paley obeys from the spring of 1947 to the fall of 1949. Paley and Bjorn Nielsen were always together in their cell or in the workroom. From trance to hypnosis. Nielsen told Paley that he knew a shortcut to the meditative high trance depth, which Paley now yearned to reach. He led Paley through more hand lockings and relaxation exercises, and he made Paley's arms or legs stiff or catatonic. He did magnetic stroking of a prone and resting Paley. All those were depending exercises, training for automatism. Through that series of disguised induction, Nielsen was carefully shaping Paley into a highly trained hypnotic subject. In the meantime, Nielsen kept Paley calm and confident and without suspicion. Nielsen finally proposed hypnosis to Paley, actually using the H word. The guru made it seem non-threatening by, as usual, having Paley first hypnotize him. Nielsen again pretended to be deeply affected. Paley again believed that Nielsen was easy to hypnotize and that he was difficult to hypnotize. The truth was the opposite. Paley was far more susceptible than Nielsen ever was. Believing himself to be the more difficult person to hypnotize, Paley accepted being, most often, the subject of the inductions. Nielsen explained that he was just trying to bring Paley up to his own yoga skill level. So, what y'all, it's as easy as they weren't even in the same cell together to start off with. This is beyond crazy. He has now hypnotized this man into believing all of these things. This is and this is again in the 40s. It makes me very concerned, Jill. Very concerned. Nielsen's fertile imagination kept generating new mind expansion exercises. Jail-weary Paley welcomed them all. They were easy entertainment, a mental escape. Soon Nielsen was keeping Paley busy doing yoga almost around the clock, except when he was eating or sleeping. The ceaseless training made Paley's hypnotic suggestibility constantly increase. Nielsen next captured and redirected Paley's sex drive for the purpose of powering his hypnotic control. Kundalini Yogi requires celibacy outside of trance and channels sexual energy into intense orgastic trance experience. Paley's Kundalini concentrations did, and one day results in intense climax enveloped in hallucination. Paley believed that he had, in that moment, experienced fusion of his body and spirit and had found unity with the divine essence. Now, joyfully, utterly in love with the trance trip, and perhaps somewhat so also with the guru who worked so hard to deliver these trance highs to him, Paley eagerly anticipated more such orgasmic fusions. He believed he was moving away from the mundane terrestrial world toward contact with a lofty spiritual force. Again and again, day after day, many times in one day, Nielsen pushed Paley to go into trance as deep as possible and to stay there as long as possible.
Interesting.
Crazy.
I know,
Okay.
right?
Now, you know why this is so crazy for me on a personal
Yeah,
level.
because yes. Now, did you explain that to everybody? I had to.
No, ma'am,
go-
and we're not going to, please.
Okay.
The personal level needs to stay personal for right now.
Everybody.
Right.
Who's just said
So-
hello, everybody?
That was my radio, though, Adam.
Okay, your people be crazy.
Hello.
They do. They're wild. But it is interesting. Now, have you explained to people that you have at least studied this?
Oh no, I have not. I'm not Kundalini yogi, so we're gonna correct that.
No.
I am a Kundalini Reiki master.
Right.
Is that
And
higher?
what?
Is that a higher position than a yogi or lower, or what is that?
It's two different forms of spirituality things.
okay.
Same type of
Yogi,
energy, two different types of delivery.
correct. But I don't agree with the energies that she says. Yes, to a degree I do, but as a Kundalini master, I do have my own feelings of what that actually is, and it's not all sexual like this. It's not gonna like make you a sexual demon, and it did not require celibacy. However, there are some things that align with that knowledge that I have experienced on a personal level. Which is funny that I would read something now about that, but that's not what I was taught, what I learned, or what I teach on the level of Kundalini. But I have been a Kundalini Reiki master for 15 years. So it's not new to me either for anybody that needs that information. Okay, so moving forward, focus.
Focus.
Focus. Okay. So, Nielsen explained away Paley's awareness of being in a constant deep trance by saying it was evidence that he was in the presence of the divine. Paley believed him. He wanted to hang on to that divine connection, even if it meant losing contact with reality. And like, right, who wouldn't, right?
I mean, you're
if
not
you-
wrong.
If you truly felt like you were connected to the divine, you would do anything. Like, I mean, if you really felt like he was standing in front of you and you were able to talk to him, you would never let that go. And if you
No.
did, you're stupid as hell.
I mean, you're not wrong there. I mean,
You know what I
that's
mean?
what most people do want. So to have like a direct line, like a bat phone to the divine, you'd kind of be excited.
Right. So if you suddenly had that, shit, yeah, you're going to hold on to that shit for everything you can. That's a dream come true. So July 1947, a psychiatrist who happened to be studying war criminals in Horson's prison examines Paley. The doctor wrote in his report that Paley was an idealist with no psychotic traits, no abnormal characteristics at all, except a tendency to parry questions with obscure answers or oscular answers. And that obscure or it's oracular answers can be evidence of trance states. See, there's certain words that I have problems pronouncing because I think I'm a little too familiar with them. Paley's constant effort now is focused on soaring higher and higher, lower and lower trance depths in each new concentration that Nielsen assigned to him. Paley hoped to attain the highest yoga condition and achieve his dream of ecstatic and mystical unions with the divinity, with the universe's vital principle. Nielsen's goal, on the other hand, was complete control of Paley's mind by repeated inductions, increased trance depth, and obedience drills. It usually takes much trance training for a subject to reach the deepest levels of trance. A large number of hypnotic sessions increases the possibility of criminally exploiting the depth of hypnosis. Paley accepts X as God. X. Scarlett, are you listening right now?
Yes, I am.
There she is.
Okay. We are about to introduce X as God. Oh, Lord, girl. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. Give me strength. Here we go. The guru then began a new spiritual exercise. As usual, first Paley hypnotized Nielsen. This pretended to be deeply affected. In his sham state of hypnosis, Nielsen channeled the voice of a spirit. Here we go, y'all. Here we go. You ready? We're about to take another ride. This gets deeper. He made clear which spirit it was. He was supposedly speaking with the voice of the angel who had appeared to Paley and reassured him. Nielsen said, "I am your guardian spirit. You believe what has happened to you is a great misfortune for you, but that it is not the case. It has all been to strengthen you and test you in order that you may carry out the mission which it is your destiny to fulfill." To Paley, Nielsen's bogus channeling was a true and precious revelation, and he hoped for more. Paley never doubted that he should obey the divine power who had bestowed those words upon him. Nielsen told Paley that his guardian spirit's name was X. It was then Paley's turn to hypnotize. When Paley was in deep trance, Nielsen told him that X was the same person as God. He designated X as Paley's induction cue to a deep amnesiac trance. From that moment on, Paley had complete amnesia for all of his time spent in X-related trances. Under the cover of that amnesia, Nielsen hammered into Paley's unconscious the belief that Paley's guardian spirit, who was supposedly God and was named X, would hereafter deliver all of his orders to Paley via Nielsen. At first, X's orders via Nielsen came in phony seances. During which Nielsen pretended he was hypnotized and channeling the spirit's voice. Soon, however, Nielsen developed a wider variety of X communication systems, and Paley soon gave the same obedient response to words that Nielsen said while making an X with his body, such as having his legs or arms crossed in the sign of an X, or to the words written following the symbol X in a letter. Did y'all catch that?
Yep.
I just want to make sure that you all understand that it's as simple as somebody sitting across from you with their legs crossed. That could be a trigger for the mind control preset in you, completely unbeknownst to you. And make you not remember anything that you do during that time frame. Just know, again, this is what they were doing to people in the 40s. So, where was I? Hold on, I gotta find where I was. I'm sorry. I get a little emotional. Eventually, all Nielsen had to do was say X says. It was a convenient setup, informal and unrecognizable to any random person who might overhear the guru in the process of implanting new hypnotic commands in Paley. It worked in any social situation. It worked even when Paley seemed to be a normal waking state. Nielsen would say the guardian spirit wants or X wants you to. Paley would obey as a hypnotic compulsion, whatever followed those cue phrases. Sometimes Nielsen completely concealed his role in X's messages by causing Paley to have post-hypnotic hallucinations in which X materialized before him and spoke the predator's instructions. In the first of these post-hypnotically hallucinated scenes, Nielsen instructed Paley's unconscious that the spirit would act the same as Paley's spontaneous experience of a guardian spirit had. So it comforted him and seemed protective and loving. Over time, however, Nielsen weaned Paley from comfort and protection. I just need people to think about what they're saying right now and replace X with Q. And just mull that over in your mind.
That's true though. You replace that X with Q, and yeah, and there's still people that I believe Q at this point was some type of programming, because the people who got stuck on it got really stuck on it and are finding patterns and things that do not exist. And it makes
I'm just
them look
saying,
unstable.
look at what they were capable of in the 40s. We're now where we are now, and technology is where it is. And so now take everything that they're saying, everything that they're capable of, probably quadruple it, and then change X to Q, and you've probably nailed it.
You're not wrong.
Okay? So, X was more and more likely to simply show up and give orders. See? Being completely amnesiac for the trance sessions during which Nielsen programmed him to experience these post-hypnotic visions, Paley accepted the apparitions with complete faith. Nielsen made Paley deeply terrified of the slightest failure to give unconditional, absolute obedience to any command from X. He did that by threatening banishment to spiritual darkness in this life and to hell in the next, and then concealing the threat under amnesia. The number one rule to which X demanded obedience was the rule of secret don't tell. Nielsen indelibly impressed on Paley's unconscious several corollary admonitions that supported the basic rule of secrecy. X told Paley never to speak of X of his revelations from X or Nielsen, who was X's instrument. In fact, Paley was never to speak to any other person at all. The threats, if Paley should weaken and tell, were as bad as those for imperfect obedience. He would be judged as having failed in his mission in this life, as having failed all his guardian spirit's tests. He would have no chance whatsoever of salvation and would be damned forever. Preparation for a mission, y'all. Okay? X, Nielsen, now told Paley's unconscious more about his mission. He made it sound lofty and righteous. X said that God was personally ordering Paley to end all wars and to develop and lead a world government in which God and mankind would be spiritually one. Do y'all need me to repeat that for the ones in the back? Or did y'all hear that?
Got it.
And again, replace X with Q. He said that Paley had been designated by God to be the savior of humanity. He who would help cure and redeem them and lead them from suffering into happiness, Nielsen spent the next year eroding all the moral values that Paley had internalized up to that point in his life, his original superego. Paley's belief in X was made the basis of the new superego system, which displaced the old values. Nielsen did that by training Paley to unconsciously judge his behavior as good or bad based only on his X programming and what would cause X pleasure or displeasure. In a condition of obedience to X, Paley would feel happy and peaceful. Resisting X's commands resulted in feelings of misery, fear, and guilt. So basically, every religion.
Well, and I mean, you got to think about it. These people could be programmed around you and in your life,
Correct.
you know, and you don't even realize
No
it.
idea.
Yeah, like Tim, this is serious. Like these people could be around you and triggering these things, you know, and subconsciously hypnotizing you without you realizing.
Right, right.
I can believe that. I also can believe other people that were close to me could be hypnotized. I swear to God, I've said this. I'm like,
Yes.
what the hell is wrong with you people that I was married to for 27 years and a relationship for 30 years and 2 kids. And all of a sudden, just like a 180, like, I swear to God, going from throwing somebody out of our family to putting in writing. Sorry, I said this a million times. I will defend this person at all costs. How does that happen with a normally rational person? And I've said this again. What are you guys, hypnotized?
It's a
They could
possibility.
be. It is. It is an absolute possibility. From what we've
And they
learned
could
throughout
have
the
been
years,
hypnotized by Q. I'm just saying it.
Wow.
yeah.
You're freaking me out, man. You really, and I mean that.
Well,
in a good
that's
way.
why we wanted to come out with this series of shows, because at this point, with all the research we've done, to have this information show up and basically fill in what we've been talking about years ago was like mind blowing.
Okay. Hey, Tim, here's an important factor of this information. This particular book that shows up, that, like she said, just shows up, okay? You need to understand that when we research finding this book, it's almost damn near impossible. And when you do, it's very expensive. And it literally showed up at my door through 2 thieves. We're not going to discuss who those thieves are, but it went from one thief to another thief to me. And literally walked to me through 2 thieves through my front door. How does that happen unless I'm supposed to be this messenger?
Oh, it's just
And it's on stuff that we were already talking about and had
Yes.
been talking about.
I've been very
But
deep
basically,
into.
yeah, but basically, like, we only had up to like a certain point of information. This fills in like a lot of the other things we didn't know.
Right.
Well,
It's
I'll
creepy.
I'll tell you one thing. It's filling in a lot of gaps, and I'm not going to change the subject, but I talked to Scarlett off the air about this, and Red, you can comment, not comment. That's another show. But I'm reading the book Return of the Gods by John Kahn.
It's similar to like Gary Wayne content, G,
Yes,
of which
yes,
Tim
I'm
wanted
aware.
to
I
do.
know what it is.
Oh,
Do
okay.
you know the dude? Yeah, because Tim was talking about it, and I was like, you know, what'd be fun is to have those two on a show together.
Mhm.
Mm.
Yes.
Since they basically talk about similarly the same topics. You know,
It's-
much like we did with Gregory Garrett and Gary Wayne.
You're filling in holes, Red, that I've been
Gregory
searching for.
Garrett. Thank you for saying it, because you know who I wanted to call him.
I know.
And I don't know why. I think I might be programmed to not call him Gregory.
It could be.
I
Yeah,
don't
'cause
know
it's
why.
Gregory Garrett, and you always want to call him something else, Bradley, or I forget what you
It's
want to call
Steven.
him.
It's always Steven. It is always,
yeah, it's
always
Steven.
Steven.
Yeah, I don't know where that.
It makes me almost want to reach out to him and see if he has like a family member named Stephen Garrett
Mm,
or someone he knows. Do you know what I mean?
yep.
Mm.
But okay, so let's keep going. Nielsen waited until Paley was conditioned to shift instantly to deep trance on cue and to have total amnesia for the time spent in trance before he began giving him really noxious suggestions. That conditioning combined with the comforting fantasy of world omnipotence and a savior's mission unconditionally counterbalance Haley's anesthetic reality of humiliating submission to ever more cruel and humiliating demands. Nielsen. The guru told Paley that his spiritual exercises were now going to teach independence from all physical and material ties. They all involved self-denial because X said that Paley must now practice indifference to whatever was dear to him. The training exercise in independence, however, also involved Paley giving all of his worldly goods. Thus, Paley yielded up his daily meat ration to Nielsen, then his watch, then his accordion. If Paley resisted any concept or command, Nielsen explained that the student's inner resistance was caused by matter, fighting spirit, and would urge Paley to overcome the rebellious body resistance to the spirit. Now, please keep in mind, they're still in prison. They're still in a cell together with all of this going on. Okay.
Oh,
So,
Casimiro said you're going roboto again.
oh no.
Well, maybe you're not now, but you were.
Okay, so I'm better.
Yep.
Yep.
Every time I call him out, it does get better. I don't know what it is about that.
Okay. This is like Scarlet with what? What is Scarlet with mine? But what?
Scarlet Witch
Is
mindfuckery. Maybe she means Blair Witch.
I don't know.
You mean Blair Witch, Pam? Like the Blair Witch Project, like that movie back in the day?
TLO, you ain't never lied. You ain't never lied. You ain't never
I
lied.
know, ain't that the truth? Thank you, Casimiro.
Right,
We always appreciate you.
right. The guru told me his spiritual exercises were not going to teach independence. We already heard that, right? Yes. Nielsen prepared Payton to commit robbery and murder for him by means of a classic series of desensitization. You know, say this word, you say it for me. Desensitized, but sensitization. I don't know why I can't say it. I trip over it. My tongue can't say it. Desensitization exercises. And he said that what?
Yeah, you're breaking in and out again.
I knew because I can't say that word and nobody helped me. So I knew that you guys couldn't hear me. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yep. Very well done.
Okay. So, Nielsen prepared Paley to commit robbery and murder for him by means of a classic series of desensitization.
Desensitization? Desensitization?
Thank you.
Yeah. Yes, I
Exercise.
got you.
You know I trip on that word every time I can't say it. He said Paley was above the usual moral principles such as right of property or respect for life. X ordered Paley to free himself from all those middle class morals. Did you hear those words, y'all?
Yes.
In deep trance visualization, Nielsen gave Paley systematic training in criminal acts. At first, he induced Paley to hallucinate only minor crimes. The Guru acted as if it were all a joke, just a little thievery. However, the acts which Nielsen made the hypnotized Paley visualize gradually worsened: robbery, safe cracking, murders, and then murdering Paley's own mother.
Oh,
The
snap.
last item was agonizing for Paley, so Nielsen made him experience it in hallucination over and over.
Oh, it's from the Avengers, Red. MCU from the Avengers when she played with all the Avengers minds in the Age of
Okay.
Ultron.
Oh, the Scarlet Witch. Yeah.
Yeah.
no,
Okay, okay. That
Yeah.
makes sense. Okay,
yeah.
got
Yeah.
Okay, I was confused for a minute. We were a little
Well,
lost.
I didn't know what she would say. Yeah, I know. That's why I was like, well, from what? Yeah, but now we know. Thank you, Pam. Now everybody's back on board. No, it wasn't
Yeah.
too esoteric. Like, no, we just didn't know what you were referencing.
Right, we were thinking you were talking about Scarlet, like our Scarlet.
Yes.
Right. I thought Blair Witch, because, like, you know, that movie was mindfuckery, you know.
Yeah.
Right,
to read
right.
it says-
we were looking for earlier.
What's that?
That was the radio.
Radio again? It sounds like
Yep.
she's and you
Yeah.
are doing witch mind fuckery, Scarlet. That's what I read, how I read it. But she's talking about the Scarlet Witch from
Right.
from
That's
the
how I
Avengers.
was reading it too,
Yeah.
and I was like, "Whoa,
Yeah.
is she like accusing Scarlet right now? Do we have to like shut the shit down?" Like,
You gotta block her. Block Pam.
right?
Pam's a mod. I don't want to
Oh, I
block
know.
Pam.
She's gotta block herself then.
Right. Ha,
Right,
put herself in a timeout.
right.
Put yourself
right.
in a timeout. Cross the boundary. Didn't you
Right,
listen to
right.
the news? We are not putting up with that shit.
Right. This is the fuck around and find out year, Pam. Don't fuck around and find out.
Y'all are fucking with Pam.
No,
We are.
shut up.
We're
We
just
are.
kidding,
But if we
Pam.
didn't, it
And
would
we're
be a full year for her. Balance. We're working on our balance.
I know you would never talk bad about me, Pam, ever.
no, we're not saying that. We're not. We
We're not.
misunderstood.
We're just picking on you because it was time.
Mhm.
We haven't picked on you in a while, Pam. So
Yeah.
Actually,
Actually,
humor, get with it.
yeah, I don't know if we've ever
He's
picked
like,
on Pam, but
actually,
today
never.
was pick on Pam day. Like, yeah.
I pick
Oh,
at Pam.
TLO said poor Pam.
No.
Look, don't put us out there like that, TLO. TLO said
Oh,
poor
yeah.
Pam.
Zip it, TLO.
Everybody's been picked on this show at one.
That's true. At some point on the network, everybody has been picked on. That is true.
Listen, Lindas. I hate everybody equally. All right? Just across the
Right,
board.
listen, Lindis.
Is the equal opportunity hate
Right?
platform?
This is equal opportunity.
There's
Let's be
room for
politically
everyone.
correct.
So can I ask a question here? Because this fascinates
Sure.
me. So are you saying, or is it fair to say that somebody that's trained in this type of hypnosis techniques can literally hypnotize you without you knowing, and then put signals, like you said, across or whatever it is for a trigger, like an MK Ultra thing, but not to kill somebody, but to make you do what they want you to do, and you're not even aware of it?
That's exactly what I'm saying. And this was their capability in the 40s and 50s.
Holy shit.
And now Red is a certified hypnotist.
Yeah, but
Yes,
that's
I am.
scary. But don't you have to be open to the power of suggestion, which
Correct.
No, sir.
no?
No, sir.
But once
actually.
you open yourself up, you don't know what you're opening yourself up to. You just trust that the person doing the hypnosis is going to only do things that benefit you. You know what I mean? Like,
Now, if you want full honesty across the board, if you would have asked me the same question, Tim, about 4 years ago, I would have argued to the end of the earth that yes, you had to be susceptible. Now, what I have learned over the last 4 years, no, sir, you do not.
So the strongest of minds can be hypnotized.
Anybody can be hypnotized. Almost absolutely anybody, unless you are already pre-hypnotized to not allow anybody else to hypnotize you.
Whoa.
Also a possibility. That is actually in this case history that we are reading right now.
Well, then you're convincing me that my whole family's just, they lost their fucking mind. Sorry. And this is a very plausible explanation for that, which sounds, you know how crazy this sounds, right?
Oh yeah, but it's real.
Yeah. No, I know, but that's what I'm saying. I mean, listen, you could tell me anything, and which I've been told a lot, since I woke up in 2008, and I'm like, okay, why not? It makes sense, as crazy as it sounds. So you're telling me anybody can be hypnotized unless they've already been pre-hypnotized, not to be hypnotized.
For the most part, yes.
Holy shit.
And what we have researched, and Scarlett, correct me if I'm wrong, but what we have researched is even if you can't necessarily be hypnotized, you can still be mind controlled.
Yep.
Because that has moved to whole new levels that this
Yep.
book is also going to talk about.
My control almost works on the level even up into anticipation of, they can make you anticipate different outcomes.
So
Right.
there's a difference between hypnosis and mind control?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Really?
Yeah.
Yes.
And the mind control goes into the MK Ultra realm?
Well, hypnosis
Both go into
and
the
MK
MK
and
realm.
both would go into MK Ultra realm.
What, hypnosis?
Because again, I don't know if you missed that in the
and mind
beginning or
control.
not, Tim. But as I said, MK Ultra leads to the next, to the next, to the next, which branches off into 4, which branches off into 19, and it's a Hydra because MK Ultra never stops. It just turns into a next new named project doing the same thing, now more advanced than the last one.
So it's a foundation or platform or whatever.
Correct.
Yeah, I did hear that, but you're like just blowing my fucking mind. So sorry. Like
It's okay.
this is
No,
really
it's fine because
yeah,
you might
this is-
realize throughout this whole book that your whole life is a lie, and that could happen.
so this is this it could be a lie through your mental perception, but not like we're in a pod in the Matrix.
No, it could be that.
It could be, but it could be either or both.
It could be both.
Wow. Jeez. Okay.
I mean, if you want the reality, it could be both. I mean, what is saying that you can't be in the Matrix on a free will, quote unquote, because the devil's into details, so pay attention. What's to say that you're not in the Matrix? And anytime that you resist any type of programming, they're going to step in and use the hypnosis and mind control to re-avert you into your programming.
Wow.
Okay, but that's all a show of a different mentality.
Right.
I mean, not really, but you know what I mean.
Well, it's related, and it's just trying to get me to comprehend.
Right,
my
right. This
understanding
is
what you're
crazy.
saying.
It's
So-
hard. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Guys, okay, and this is really more a question for Scarlett. And
Can
Tim.
you still hear me?
Yes.
We are at the 9 o'clock. Do we want to extend? I'm okay with extending.
Yeah,
If you guys
I'm fine
would-
with that. No, we can finish a little bit more.
Okay. When we get tired, you let me know.
All right.
Okay? Because I'm willing to extend as late as the message wants to roll. You know what I'm saying?
I'm saying, yeah, no, we can keep rolling.
So the guru told Paley that his spiritual exercises were now going to teach. Oh, we did that. Why do I keep going back there? Apparently somebody really needs that message.
Right.
Okay? Just saying. Okay. Oh, right. Okay. So we were at the point where Nielsen was making him experience the death of or killing and murder of his own mother in hallucination over and over. X also instructed Paley to never reveal his involvement, which we went through. Paley now literally walked around in a near constant trance. He believed that he had direct daily instructions from God via X, and he was forbidden to tell what was really going on in his life to his conscious mind or to anybody else. He was sealed against induction. This answers your question from earlier, Tim, by any other hypnotist. He believed he had been designated the Messiah who would unite the Scandinavian peoples and found an ideal society because X had told him so. He believed he was founding a new patriotic underground, having been long and overly punished for joining the occupier. Paley now was the resistance. His mixture of religious and political delusions was an artificial psychosis created by means of hypnosis. To the casual onlooker, however, Paley would seem merely insane. Nielsen was finished hypno-programming Paley. It was early in 1949. He gave Paley instruction via X to escape from Horson's prison and then to return and free his guru. Paley carried out the escape exactly as ordered, but was recaptured before he could return and attempt to free the guru. Nobody ever knew that Nielsen was behind it. Paley was sentenced to serve extra prison time because of his escape.
Whoa.
Paley out of prison. Horson's prison was now shortening the sentences of all prisoners accused of collaboration. Nielsen got out a few months before Paley. After the guru was gone, Paley was not walking around in a trance anymore. As Paley's release date neared, however, Nielsen began sending letters to him. They always closed greetings from X. Seeing those words thrilled Paley. They meant that X had not forgotten him. For a moment, he felt the old rush of contact with the divine. Paley walked out of Horson's a free man on October 29th, 1949. That day might have been the beginning of a new, better life for him. But his freedom was a cue that Nielsen had pounded in for years. Old hypnotic suggestions activated by that cue now poured into Paley's consciousness. He later wrote, "The moment I heard I was to be released, I felt at last God had given me my marching orders. I felt exactly like a soldier ready to leave for the front. Everything which had happened up to now was only testing which had been designed to bring me up to the peak of my powers and ability. My earthly incarnation was now practically at an end, and only the final short step remained to be taken." As soon as Paley arrived at his parents' home in Copenhagen, he called Nielsen. This was an obeying of the post-hypnotic suggestion to hear X's next instructions. Nielsen told Paley to relax, talk to his family, and call in the morning to arrange a meeting time. At 6 o'clock the next morning, Paley called Nielsen and said to come at 3, and Nielsen said to come at 3 in the afternoon. When Paley arrived, Nielsen introduced him to the wife. "I know y'all aren't going to believe me, but her name's Titty. Okay, it's Titte. And if anybody else wants to pronounce that any other way, whatever, I'm saying titty. Just okay. So
I'm with you on that. I'm with you.
I swear to God, guys, that is what is typed right here. Titty. Okay. Yes. It's the only thing that makes this reading so funny.
Okay.
Okay. And I need to laugh, y'all. All right. Because this is seriously crazy. So she soon left them alone. Nielsen hypnotized Paley. From then on, Paley went to visit Nielsen 3 or more times a week, and each visit, Nielsen hypnotized him. Who does that sound like? Like every freaking doctor you see? Just saying.
True.
Just saying. On the days they did not meet in person, X instructed Paley to phone Nielsen. During their meetings, Nielsen reran all old deep trance routines from prison. The religion, the desensitization, say the word, G. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. The religion and the desensitizing, especially the detailed robbery visualizations and the terrible warnings never to reveal these secrets, particularly not to his parents. Nielsen told Paley to live with his parents because that would save money. When his parents gave Paley money to hunt for a job, X told him to give it to Nielsen. X told Paley that he was freed from any concerns about material property. The money was all X's, and Nielsen would manage it for the sake of X. When Nielsen used up that money, X caused Paley to borrow an equal amount from his brother. Paley soon found a job, and it paid well. He always turned his paycheck over to X, who returned only what his parents expected as rent, plus a little pocket money. As a result, shortly after his payday, Paley would have to borrow money from some family member for bus fare to get to and from work. While riding the bus home from Nielsen's apartment, or at night, lying in bed thinking about the mission, Paley often talked to X. Sometimes he saw X, and X talked back to him. For Paley's suggestible brain was now so saturated with X content and X worship that he was having spontaneous X hallucinations. Nielsen liked company. Paley's natural inclination was toward puritanical habits. He hated beer and could hardly force it down, but X had ordered social studies, which meant going out to drink and carouse with Nielsen, and so Paley went. And Paley paid. Paley always was commanded by X to pay. Nielsen wanted to enlarge his stable of hypnotic subjects. He took lessons from a hypnotist to learn better techniques. So I need you all to now really pay attention. This man had never even learned anything about hypnotism. He just read some books. Supposedly, and was capable of this. Uh-oh. Is everybody still here?
Yes.
Okay. So Nielsen wanted to enlarge, he established a psychophysical institute. Paley, directed by X, provided the money and did all the work of creating brochures, placing ads, recruiting students for the institute. Nielsen held training sessions in his home for people thus enticed. At this time, both Paley and Nielsen were fired by their employers. Nielsen did not get another job, but Paley did. Now X was even greedier for money, and Paley often had to borrow tram fare the day after payday. His father became suspicious. One evening, he took Paley aside and asked if Nielsen had some sort of hold over him. Paley denied the idea in the usual brusque way with which he dealt with his parents. He said his money matters were his own business, and the idea of Nielsen controlling him was obvious.
Oh shit, they're robotoing you.
No, you're good on my end.
Oh, was she? Shit,
Yeah.
then it must be my connection.
Yeah, she was all right.
Continue. No, go ahead.
Okay. Okay. Still hear me? I'm still good?
Yes.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
Tim said you were good on his end, you just weren't good on mine. So
Okay.
that makes
Cool.
me wonder sometimes, you know.
So now this is called an arranged marriage. Paley had a standing, so you might want to pay extra attention to this part. I'm just saying, Tim. I mean, I'm not trying to throw you under the bus, but you might really, really want to pay attention to this arranged marriage part.
You have my attention.
Paley had a standing post-hypnotic suggestion to tell Nielsen anything of significance that happened in his life. He reported the conversation with his father. Nielsen started worrying that income from Paley might stop flowing. So the predator decided to end the influence of Paley's family on him by maneuvering Paley out of their home. Years later, after his memory recovery, Paley felt the deepest grief and anger over this ruined relationship with his parents.
Whoa.
Nielsen chose a girl named Benty to marry Paley. Benty had been recently engaged to his brother-in-law, but was currently free. Nielsen himself then had a brief affair with Benty. Then he arranged a movie date for Benty and Paley. Thus, it came about that on February 11th, 1950, a few weeks after Paley's talk with his father, Benty and Paley went to a movie together. 2 days later, Nielsen hypnotized Paley and suggested a feeling of deep divine peace. Then X told Paley that he and Benty were destined mates because X willed their marriage. X said that Paley truly loved Benty, would realize this, and would think of her constantly. Amnesic for those suggestions, as usual, Paley had 2 more dates with Benty, and he became convinced that he loved her. He introduced her to his family and proposed marriage. She accepted. Cupid Nielsen had no interest in promoting genuine love. To him, this marriage was just a better way to control Paley. So when Nielsen heard that Paley and Benty were buying gold rings for each other, X was displeased at the unnecessary expense. Before the marriage could even begin, X drove a wedge between the lovers by ordering Paley to force his fiancée to have intercourse with Nielsen. Later, regressing under hypnotization, a grieving, traumatized Paley, remembering being in Nielsen's apartment that night, he could hear Benty and Titty talking about housekeeping in the background. Nielsen led Paley to the adjacent room and closed the door behind them. Paley recalled, "It's there. My guardian spirit usually comes and talks to me. He tells me to relax. He puts his hand on my forehead. He gives me magnetic strokings. Then he says that X has told him to see to it that he has intercourse with Benty. I feel completely paralyzed over my whole body. My whole body trembles. He tells me to keep quiet and calm. It does not concern me at all. I have a mission which I must fulfill. It is absolutely necessary that I learn how to control others. He says, it is my body which resists. I must learn to control my body. He will help me, and he brings me into the state where I no longer belong to this world." After Nielsen roused his subject from trance, Paley obeyed the suggestion. He told Benty, "Go and help Nielsen with what he wants." She knew what Nielsen wanted. She refused. Paley insisted. She resisted. Paley said, "I won't marry you unless you do this." She agreed. Afterwards, she said, "Now you know I love you."
Wow.
Deep down, however, Paley felt the opposite. Something he had found and treasured was irrevocably soiled. 10 days later, on their agreed date, Paley married Benty, but he never felt close to her or good about their relationship again. Nielsen widened the emotional distance between Paley and Benty with more hypnotic suggestion. X told Paley to govern his wife, to live with her, but as the master in his house. X said Paley's relationship with Benty had just been an emotional feeling, which he was now completely free of. It is completely impossible that she should have any influence whatsoever upon your will. She has nothing whatsoever to do with your financial affairs.
Hmm.
Nielsen now collected via X most of the wages of both Paley and Benty. When X again commanded Paley to go out drinking and picking up girls, he went night after night. Nielsen called that karma yoga action yoga. As usual, Paley paid the bills. In addition, Paley made his usual solo visits to Nielsen's place. He told Benty he went there because their guerrilla organization was training to fight in case of the Russian invade, if the Russians invaded. He said all the money they gave Nielsen was also for that purpose. By order of X, Paley never trusted his wife, regularly lied to her, and treated her callously. To Nielsen, on the other hand, Paley's behavior was candid, sacrificing, and trustworthy. That's how Nielsen had programmed him to act. Nielsen separated Paley from his parents by marriage. He separated him from his wife, even before their marriage, by infidelity. The story of Paley and Bentley, their relationship ever dominated and managed by Nielsen, was a tragic subplot to Paley's hypnotic history. Paley's marriage could have helped to free him. Instead, it further immisched him in Nielsen's web. Training for robbery. The flow of money from both Benty and Paley still was not enough to satisfy Nielsen, so Paley's wages were not as good at the new job, and there was little overtime. X told him to buy a gun in case the Russians invade. In June 1950, Nielsen began training Paley to do a bank robbery. He repeated all the old deep trance visualizations of generic robbery and random murder, plus the hallucinations of killing his mother. The ultimate obedience exercise and moral desensitization. Then X told Paley to go to the pharmacy and purchase a container of ether because X wished to show him some pictures of spiritual nature. Nowadays, ether would be mushrooms, y'all. Ether would be mushrooms that is being legalized in states. Keep that in mind. Think about that.
Like Colorado.
Yeah, Colorado, but I do believe they're also illegal in California. But I'm just saying they're starting to become a legalization, so keep that in mind. When Paley returned with the ether, they went into the private room of Nielsen's apartment. Paley stretched out and relaxed. His guru performed the usual magnetic stroking and intoned relaxation suggestions. Then Nielsen told Paley to breathe in the ether fumes while he suggested deep, deep sleep. Nielsen had added narco hypnosis to his induction process in order to reinforce Paley's trance state. Automatism and amnesia. The spiritual pictures turned out to be detailed visualizations of robbing a very specific bank. Paley was to imagine himself entering the bank with a briefcase in his left hand and the gun in his right. His mind focused only on his connection with the divine. Nielsen continued to guide, narco-hypnotize Paley's deep trance visualizations. You go up to the cashier, you study your feelings very closely. You see how ridiculously easy it all is. You know that nothing can stop you. You know that a yogi can do everything. You know that feelings are only something belonging to the material world. You throw your briefcase down on the counter and order him to fill it. You are clearly aware of X's presence. You point your pistol at the cashier. You know that you must get that money for X. You see that he is going to refuse. You experience this very concentratedly. You know that if one man will not do it, another will. You shoot. You see him fall. You point the pistol at the next man. You repeat your orders. Nielsen repeated the narco-hypnotic induction and visualization conditioning again and again. X appealed to Paley's unconscious vanity and ambition. He declared over and over that Paley alone could save the fatherland. Then came more visualizations of robbery and murder. You shoot him through the head. You know that this is a necessary step on the way to the Samdahai. You are completely unaffected. You know that it is God's will. Guru failures. Paley had planned a vacation with Benty in the country that summer. X told him to stay in town. X also said that Paley must again make the sacrifice of giving his wife to Nielsen for sex. He told Paley to see to it that Benty had plenty to drink that evening and then stay out of the way. Accordingly, Paley primed Benty with alcohol and then went to another room where he meditated in a yogi position. Focused on the thought that nothing in this world meant anything to him except the will of X. The evening with Benty did not work out as Nielsen had planned. She fiercely defended herself. Although Nielsen inflicted a black eye and concussion on her, she escaped from him without being raped. In robbery training sessions, X next pointed out to Paley the exact bank which was to be robbed. He showed Paley where to hide the money afterwards. X said that robbing a bank was easy, something that anybody could do. If Paley felt a resistance to obeying, he said it only meant his body was stronger than his mind, and that, of course, must be overcome. But Paley resisted X's command to commit a real robbery. X pressed the demand harder, asking for blind faith. He promised that if Paley would only trust and obey, it would work out all right. Paley's resistance weakened years of programming. All of the old hypno-conditioning arguments had long prepared him to obey whatever X ordered. Nielsen scheduled the bank robbery for August 21st, 1950. The morning unfolded as X had instructed Paley's unconscious. Paley told Benty, who was now pregnant, that his back hurt and he would stay home from work. She brought him breakfast in bed, then went to her job. As soon as she was out of sight, he went to buy a bicycle. While walking toward town, he passed the Church of Jesus. At that moment, Paley began to feel terribly upset. He said to himself, there's something wrong. There's something wrong here. There's something which tells me that all this is wrong. As Nielsen had programmed him to do, Paley interrupted his upset feeling to be his body resisting X's orders. But he could not argue the resistance away. He could not help thinking about the people in the bank who might get hurt if he robbed it. His feelings of upset get worse and worse. He just could not do the robbery. He called Nielsen and said, everything is wrong. Nielsen said, I was only testing your will. Just relax. I'm busy right now, but I'll speak to your guardian spirit. Come see me at 7 tomorrow evening. So, yes, there's resistance. And again, you got to remember this is the 40s, so I'm sure that they've learned how to get around that now, even more so than here. And again, you know, all it takes is these little phone calls, moments, and you know, you're going to be completely unaware. You're going to have no idea. You have no idea. First bank robbery. After that tremendous moral victory of resisting evil programming, Paley himself did not know what had happened. He did not consciously remember having been about to rob a bank. He did not remember being unable to carry out the plan. He went home and went to bed. The next evening, after Paley arrived at his apartment, Nielsen concentrated on extinguishing the spark of unconscious Christian morality in his subject. He hypnotized Paley. He then deepened his trance with the ether. He then threatened, instructed, repeated, and repeated the will of X for Paley to perform the bank robbery. The hypnotic session continued until well past midnight. X rescheduled the bank robbery for the next day, August 23rd, 1950. The next morning, Paley again told Benty that his back hurt. Again, he laid in bed while she went to work. An hour later, Nielsen arrived at Paley's apartment. He began another prolonged induction of deep hypnosis in Paley. His suggestions again assailed Paley's unconscious. You know that it is right. The guardian spirit has said so. Nielsen is only the instrument of your divine spirit. Nielsen finished and left. Precisely 10 minutes after his departure, the post-hypnotic suggestions began to kick in. Paley began the robbery sequence. He rode a bike to the bank, parked it outside, started walking in. Just as he was going through the doors, he felt his body begin to resist. This time, he was able to conquer that resistance. He continued into the bank, slung his briefcase over the teller's counter, and told him to fill it with money. The teller filled the briefcase and handed it back to Paley. As programmed, Paley then told everybody in the bank to get down on the floor. If any person had refused to get down on the floor, Paley was programmed to shoot them. They all got down on the floor. Paley left the briefcase full of money. Mounted his briefcase full of money, mounted his bike, and rode home. There he put the bike away, caught a taxi, rode to his designated meeting place with Nielsen, and handed over the briefcase and its contents. Nielsen asked, "Have you shot anyone?" Robot Paley reported, "No, it was not necessary." Paley wanted to give Nielsen the pistol too. Nielsen told him to hide it in the woods. Then Paley went home. Benty was already there. Unexpectedly, seeing her triggered another panic attack. This was a situation which his hypno instructions didn't cover. As by the church, he suddenly felt desperately confused and upset, unable to think, and unable to understand why he felt this way. His sense of confusion suddenly escalated into an urgent need to call Nielsen and ask what to do. He called Nielsen. His voice was calming in his words, instantly soothing Paley. With that familiar, trusted voice in his ear, he knew everything would be all right. However, Paley's confused behavior had aroused Benty's suspicion, and she had already heard about the bank robbery. She told him that she suspected he was the person who had robbed the bank. Paley called Nielsen again, reporting Benty's remark. Nielsen gave Paley a post-hypnotic suggestion to act miserable and guilty and to confess to Benty that he was upset because he had been unfaithful to her that day. When Paley carried out that suggestion, however, Benty just laughed. She didn't believe a word of it. From the characteristic cigarette butts she had found in the apartment, she was sure that it was Nielsen who had been there with Paley. And Paley again called Nielsen. Paley again called Nielsen. X told him to move to a slum because he was spending too much money on rent. The next day, Nielsen called Bentley. He scolded her for accusing Paley of doing the robbery. He also said that if she would not agree to the move, he would make Paley divorce her and marry a different woman. He then took Paley to visit a series of prostitutes. Benty later told police that Nielsen terrified her, but this time she did not give in. She needed a decent place for their baby to live. She left Paley and moved in with his parents. Both she and his parents then urged Paley over and over to sever their relationship with Nielsen. Paley finally agreed not to see Nielsen until after the baby was born, 6 months away, and Benty came back to live with him. Nielsen, prosperous with all of the bank loot, adjusted gracefully to the setback. X told Paley to phone the guru daily, and he did so, and X gave his orders over the phone. Soon Paley was visiting Nielsen again. But Nielsen was still concerned about the possibility that Benty might talk too much. To deny credibility to her suspicions, Nielsen gave Paley a post-hypnotic suggestion to take a few hours off work, visit his doctor, and tell him about Benty's bad nerves and paranoid delusions. He was to act very worried about her and asked the doctor what to do. Paley obeyed, unaware of the real cause of his statements. Benty's supposed bad nerves and paranoid delusions went into her medical records. Second robbery and murders. The money from Paley's first bank robbery was running out. January 10th, 1951, Nielsen renewed Paley's narco-hypnotic robbery training. In deep trance, Paley heard a lot of God's will, your mission, and you must sacrifice yourself completely, over and over. He visualized robberies and murders, especially the stubborn bank clerks. X also told Paley to write a detailed plan of his political party, including badges and organizational chart. After each training session, Paley woke up feeling a wonderful inner peace as suggested. Y'all hear this now? Now we're going to do political shit. You see? 1940s. This is your average Joe. Untrained, really. Supposedly. Doing this to someone else.
It's insane.
Now our government has learned this and has been using these same tactics and things on us, unwillingly, unknowingly, for years and years. So just keep that in the back of your mind as we continue through this particular case file. So, X scheduled Paley's next bank heist for March 29th, 1951. Paley retrieved the gun from the woods. He again took a briefcase. He rolled Nielsen's bike this time. As he arrived at the bank, he again felt tremendous inner resistance surge up inside him. In a later rehypnotization, Paley relieved his struggle to overcome the resistance at the moment when he arrived outside of the targeted bank. Well, this is it. Get it over quickly. Then it's all right, moaning slightly. Oh, it's the usual thing. Why the devil have I got a body that has to put up resistance every time I'm going to do anything? Now, signs of violent effect and groans. I can't do it. body resisting the will. It is only something to be conquered. It can be conquered. It must be conquered. I lean the bicycle up outside. That's right. Now it's just a matter of 3 brisk steps. Paley went up those 3 steps, walked into the bank, pulled the gun out of his briefcase, and shot a bullet into the ceiling. He threw the container onto the counter. He told the teller to fill it up with money. The teller hesitated. Paley, in post-hypnotic trance, imagining himself to be the instrument of divine power, feeling the power of X with him in that moment, and obeying his extensive conditioning, preparatory to that moment, shot the man dead. Paley then turned to the bank manager and told him to fill the briefcase with money. Instead, the manager reached for the alarm switch. Before he could touch it, Paley also shot him fatally. A bank worker on the Purify sounded the alarm. Hearing it, Paley turned and rushed out of the bank. As he ran out of the bank, what? Were we talking to me? Hello? Hello? Nope. See,
I am still here. No, I am still here.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right. I'm like, something's wrong. Something is wrong. Okay. So, hearing it, Paley turned and rushed out of the bank. As he ran out of the bank, Paley also ran out of post-hypnotic suggestions. This scenario was not covered in his programming. So, the post-hypnotic trance suddenly ended. He was wide awake. He interpreted that as X having abandoned him. As before, when he encountered something unexpected, which his post-hypnotic instructions did not cover, Paley became panic-stricken. He jumped onto the bike and pedaled away and managed to escape everyone who was chasing him, except for one 14-year-old boy. Them pesky kids. Capture, interrogation, psychiatric evaluation. The youngster saw Paley go into an apartment house. He then turned back, flagged down a policeman, and told him where the bank robber had gone. The Copenhagen police searched the house. They found Paley just entering an apartment. He admitted that he was the object of their search. They went with him into the apartment. Inside sat a drunk, dirty old woman. She told the officer that Paley was a friend of her nephew, Nielsen. She said Nielsen was vacationing in the country with a nightclub dancer who rented a room from her. She gave police a photo of Nielsen. Interrogation. Paley Hardrup insisted, despite intense interrogation, that he had planned and carried out the crime alone. Did you have an accomplice? They asked over and over. No, none whatsoever. He always said doctors at the Institute of Forensic Medicine reported that Paley was icy calm. He spoke casually of his robbery, apparently unremorseful. He said he had never discussed the idea with anybody else and that it was entirely of his own. He parroted for authorities, word for word, all that Nielsen had told him under hypnosis to say if he was arrested. He would explain to them, as long as they cared to listen, that his robbery was only to get money to finance his political party. He told them about the organization chart and badges. The doctors assumed he was psychotic. Did you get that, guys?
Yep, of course he was.
Yeah. And he did it all for his political party, guys. How familiar does that sound? Take on those words And think about how many times we've heard that in just the last 4 years. Right? And how psychotic these people seem to us. Right?
Definitely in the sociopath arena, I will say that.
Okay.
Yep.
You know, keeping it in mind, right?
Yeah.
So, where were we? Police checked their files and discovered that Nielsen had a serious criminal record, but he was verified to have been out of town at the time of the crime. The investigation of Nielsen was dropped. Paley was processed for trial. Nielsen's plan to pull off the perfect crime was successful. Even under those terrible circumstances, and despite careful interrogation by doctors and police, Paley's hypnotic conditioning did not break. Informers. Most victims of unethical hypnosis have no witnesses to their conditioning, or the witnesses are unable or afraid to come forward and testify. But Nielsen had bragged to other prisoners about his power over Paley, and many persons had seen him hypnotizing Paley. After Paley's robbery and murders were reported in the newspapers and on the radio, witnesses began to come forward. The first break in the case was an anonymous letter claiming important evidence and asking to meet a detective in a Copenhagen bar at a certain time. A detective went. The informant said that he had been in the same prison as Nielsen and Paley for several years. He said Nielsen and Paley were both serving time for a collaboration and had shared a cell. He said that Nielsen had hypnotized Paley and caused him to become, and this is like quotation, virtually his slave, giving up all of his personal possessions and even much of his prison food to him. The code or trigger sign, which always sent Hardrip into a deep trance, was the sign of an X, and Nielsen had so conditioned his subject that whenever the sign was made, he went straight into a state of somnambulance. The informer insisted that although Hardrip had carried out the raid, Nielsen was certainly the mind controlling him at the time. Other released prisoners from Horsens also contacted the police and provided information. Men still in Horsens spoke to prison authorities. Who contacted the police and passed on their statements. All said the same thing. Paley was Nielsen's hypno puppet. When police confronted him with the new evidence, however, Paley was unmoved. He still insisted he alone was guilty and that his intent was only to raise money for political purpose, not to give to Nielsen. The psychiatrists now, however, were looking for a new type of evidence. They noted that Paley's denials were unreasoned, mechanical reiterations of the same simple statement. We still here? We still alive? People still here?
Absolutely.
Okay. We lost Tim.
Yeah, it might be past Tim's bedtime.
Okay. Would have thought he would have said bye, though. Psychiatric evaluation. The police reopened their investigation of the case. They called in Dr. Max Schmidt, chief police psychiatrist, to consult. He had never heard of Paley before, but he knew Nielsen from past criminal adjunctions. When Schmidt asked Paley if he had ever been hypnotized and what he knew about hypnotism, Paley became agitated and upset. He said that his good angel would not allow him to answer that question. He then repeated all of the elements of his canned confession. Then he begged them to just get it over. When Schmidt told Paley that an identification of Nielsen and his guardian spirit would explain a lot, Paley absolutely and emotionally rejected the idea. Dr. Schmidt gave Paley a battery of psychological tests. His IQ was 129. His claim to have robbed and killed because it was his destiny to rule and save Denmark was classified as an atypical paranoid psychosis with a system of delusions, though without other distinct schizophrenic features. The doctor told police that Paley's psychosis-like condition had been caused by subjection to prolonged intense hypno training. He told interrogators to just substitute Nielsen where Paley said X and they would get the real picture. Paley still would not agree that he had been hypnotized. The police talked to Nielsen again. He denied loaning his bicycle to Paley. They decided to question Paley with Nielsen in the room. The usual questions were asked. Paley gave the usual declarations of his own guilt and denials that Nielsen had anything to do with it. Police noticed that Nielsen sat. Okay, and they quote, forward with elbows on knees, arms crossed, and hands on shoulders, thus making a clear X sign. When told to sit properly, he changed his position for a more upright one, but immediately crossed his legs. For the duration of the interrogation, a matter of some 3 hours, he stared intently into Hardrop's eyes. It was observed that whenever Nielsen made an X sign, Hardrop renewed his own confessions and protestations of Nielsen's innocence. Proclamations, I'm sorry. That was an interesting observation, but it was not enough evidence on which to arrest Nielsen. The attempt to build a case against him seemed impossible. Then somebody remembered a bank robbery in another Danish town 7 months earlier, which had the same motif. The robbery had eyewitnesses that had escaped, and the witness identified Paley as the holdup man in that one too. Am I still here, y'all?
Oh,
Not
I was
robotic.
muted. Yes.
Okay, awesome. When police questioned Paley about that robbery, however, he could not remember a single thing, and he explained his good angel told him when to remember and when to forget. The police talked to Benty. She told them that she had seen Nielsen hypnotize Paley many times using the X sign. She said she had long suspected that Paley was involved in the first robbery, and police noticed that Paley received a letter from Nielsen every day, content, innocuous, but always marked with an X. Another prisoner told them that Nielsen had paid him to draw X marks on walls where Paley was sure to see them. Paley still insisted he had committed the crime entirely on his own. Dr. Riders enters this case. Hold on, y'all, because do you see how serious this shit is, y'all? Like 1940s, this dude is doing this shit to this dude. So y'all still with me? We're just like simply like sinking it in and recapping a little bit. They meet in jail. They're not in the same cell. Dude decides to control dude because he's easy. He manipulates the situation, gets them all under his hypnotic control. freaking gets them put into the same cell together for years and sets all these triggers and these things within this man for when he gets out. Now he's done had this man rob 2 freaking banks. 2. One he doesn't even remember at all. The second one he only remembers because shit went wrong.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, he only remembers because his programming ran out.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, what you gonna do when you weren't programmed for that? Nielsen programmed him to be captured or possibly arrested, but what he didn't program, he said shoot him, but he didn't actually tell this mofo what to do if he shot him. So the minute he shot people, his program was all sorts of screwed up once he got out of the bank, you see? Because that's where the programming kind of ended if he shot anybody. This how affected your brain too could be. So now we've got this new Dr. Riders who is, entered into, stage right. So Nielsen was defended by a team of the best lawyers money could buy. They based their client's defense on his claim that Paley could not be hypnotized. It looked strong. Neither Dr. Schmidt nor the police department's expert hypnotist on staff, a detective who was in charge of Paley's case for the first year, could hypnotize him. To prove a case of victimization by hypnosis, Paley had to be desirably capable of amnesic somnambulism, quickly and deeply hypnotizable, capable of positive and negative hallucinations, and of unknowingly obeying psychohypnotic suggestions because of complete suggested amnesia, a state of mind in which critical powers and free will were abolished. At this point, the police called in Dr. Ryder. He was one of Denmark's foremost hypnosis experts, a faculty member lecturing on psychotherapy and psychosomniatic medicine at the University of Copenhagen, and an expert on criminal psychiatry. Like Schmidt, Ryder already knew Nielsen well. Dr. Ryder had been director of the State Institute of Psychopathic Delinquents when Nielsen was incarcerated there, and was also his parole officer after discharge. In addition, Nielsen had later attended the psychiatric clinic of a hospital which Dr. Ryder directed. Thank you, Taylor. Thank you for letting me know that you still hear me. Ryder first visited Paley in April of 1952. The accused looked pale and harassed. He acted tense, stiff, and unnatural. For the first 5 weeks of their daily meetings, they just talked. Paley told Ryder that he could remember what he could remember. He seemed genuinely interested in getting to the bottom of it all, but he did not remember anything about hypnosis. He did not remember anything about the first robbery. Futile attempts to hypnotize Paley. From May 27 to July 4th of 1952, Dr. Ryder tried to hypnotize Paley each time. Paley descended to a light trance level and stopped there. Ryder's attempts did stir up in Paley painful, chaotic thoughts of time spent with Nielsen, but there was no recovery of amnesic memories either in or out of trance. One day, Nielsen encountered Paley in court. After that meeting, Dr. Ryder noticed that Paley's beliefs in his guardian angel and his mission and his amnesia had been reinforced. He began to have spontaneous hallucinations again, in which X talked to him about his mission. Paley also began to feel upset all the time. He did not know why he felt so anxious. He told Dr. Ryder that he was having chronic insomnia. Time after time, he would be just on the verge of falling asleep, and then he would suddenly feel tense and frightened, afraid of losing control, afraid of becoming unconscious. He had frightening dreams when he did sleep, but when he awoke, he could never remember exactly what he had been dreaming. The first 15 times that Ryder tried to hypnotize Paley, what happened? A very atypical pattern. Paley went into a light trance, but no deeper. Anybody who could be hypnotized even a little will normally go into trance more easily and deeper with each subsequent induction. Paley responded exactly the opposite. Any induction method which worked once on him took longer to work and worked less well. That's really what they wrote, y'all. I'm not crazy. And worked less well each successive time that Ryder used it. For example, the first time that Ryder told Paley to stare at a bright light, he entered a light trance in just 5 minutes. But each repeated attempt to induct using the light took longer, and Paley never went deeper. Sorry, my eyes are crossed. Not really, but I need just a second here for eyeballs. My eyes is dry. They're thirsty. And eye drops.
I thought we
Oh,
lost you,
hi, Scarlett.
but it was me. No, I thought we lost you, but it was me.
Yeah, it was you, buddy. It was you.
It was.
Thanks for coming back. I was feeling a little lonely.
I could hear you. I could hear you, and then you were like, "Oh, can anyone hear me?" And then I was like, "Yeah, I can. Hear." And yeah, oh, that's interesting. And then I was like, "No one's saying anything back." I was
'Cause
like, "I'm pretty sure I'm not there anymore."
because you were, buddy, and I was missing you.
Damn. Well, I'm here. I was here the whole time, but apparently it wasn't letting me be here.
Right. Okay, cool.
Cool.
Get off of that. Okay. All right, here we go.
Oh, one thing that I would like to
Yes.
announce that I'm really excited about. We are officially going to the Storm Chaser Summit, and
Yeah,
we
you said
have
it.
signed up now, and we have paid for a sponsorship, and we are super duper excited.
That's
So
awesome.
we are ready. Yeah, so we are going for sure. Airbnb is paid.
Cool.
Summer Chaser Summit tickets are paid, sponsorships paid, so it will be also sponsored. Besides Weather Nation and I believe Live Storms Media, it will be United National Weather Team.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited myself.
I can tell. So y'all, again, for just a minute here, this eggplant parmesan is delicious. Like, even cold, this is good. Not as good as hot, but it's still good, man. It's like a good lasagna. Are very similar to. I'm really enjoying it. Not trying to lie. Now, at this point,
Storm Freaks pod. Oh, it's lives. It was Weather Nation and live Storm Freaks podcast. Storm Freaks podcast. And then
okay.
us.
At this point, the police called in Dr. Ryder, and he was one of DeMarc's. Wait, we already did that. Ryder believed that unethical hypnosis was not possible. He had recently testified for the defense in the case of a 44-year-old hypnotist accused of using hypnosis to have sex with a female client. Ryder testified in court that he doubted that the alleged abuse could have taken place. The court sentenced the hypnotist to prison for 18 months anyway. Ryder first visited Paley in April of 1952. Accused looked pale and harassed. The accused looked pale and harassed. He acted tense, stiff, and unnatural. Futile attempts. From May 27th to July 4th, 1952, Dr. Ryder tried to hypnotize Paley. Each time Paley descended. Oh, we already read that too. Right. Okay, so where was I? Okay, here we go. The first 15 times that Ryder tried to hypnotize Paley, yeah, you ain't lying, TLO. Paley went into a light trance, but no deeper. Anybody who could be hypnotized even a little will normally go into a trance more easily and deeper with each subsequent induction. Paley responded exactly the opposite. Any induction method which worked once on him took longer to work, and it worked less well. We did that. Oh, okay. One day the doctor tried a new, much more powerful induction method. Barbiturate narco-hypnosis. Efian breaks the seal. On July 4th, 1952, Ryder asked Paley to stare at the light for 3 minutes. Then he injected a European brand of sodium amytal to chemically force him into trance. As the drug took hold, Paley cried out in sudden, terrible distress. No, let me go. I won't do it. I can't do it. On and on like that for the next 2 minutes. Ryder described Paley's condition in those few minutes as the most high-pitched and obviously painful effect. The anguish yelling was Nielsen's hypno-programming resisting the chemical conditioning or induction. Then the doctor told Paley to open his eyes and look again at the bright lamp. This time, within 30 seconds of staring at the blinding light and hearing Ryder's soothing sleep suggestions, a narco-hypnotized Paley fell into a truly deep trance. Now, after the staring plus drug plus second staring, Paley's body relaxed. His facial expression became calm and peaceful. Yeah, like a true serum, Pam. All the anxiety and tension that had characterized his behavior up to now was suddenly gone. Ryder let him rest like that for a half an hour. and then gave suggestions that he would awake feeling fine and acting calm. Paley awoke and said he felt fine. He was acting calm too, which was completely unlike his reactions to previous hypnotic induction attempts by Ryder. So the doctor knew that his suggestions had finally taken hold. Amnitol. Yes. You could be most correct, TLL. Most correct. Dr. Ryder asked Paley what he remembered and how he had felt during the procedure. Paley said he remembered staring at the lamp before the injection. He remembered the shot. He said it had made him feel as if he were split into two persons. He was terribly afraid. There was something which seemed to prevent him going to sleep, although he felt very sleepy and influenced. Paley also remembered staring at the light the second time. From then until after Ryder's suggestion to return to consciousness, he remembered nothing. His spontaneous amnesia proved that Paley could reach a somnambulistic depth, for he had just done so. Nielsen had a backup hypno program implanted against the possibility someone might succeed in breaking through his control. So he had like a backup plan, y'all. So a new series of post-hypnotic suggestions now kicked into action in Paley's brain. Although in all their previous meetings, Paley has been friendly and fully cooperative, now his facial expression turned hard. He acted tense, suspicious, apprehensive, and started an argument with Dr. Ryder. Next day, his newly suspicious and defiant attitude remained in place. He told Ryder that he was no longer willing to be hypnotized unless Ryder would allow Nielsen to come and see if Nielsen could also hypnotize him. Paley had a legal right to reject hypnosis by Ryder, so on that day, Ryder did not try to hypnotize him. Instead, he spent the whole session reasoning with Paley, trying to persuade him to let Dr. Ryder continue to hypnotize him. The doctor said that he would be very interested to see what took place if Paley and Nielsen were together, though he actually thought Paley's idea was ridiculous against Paley's best interests and undoubtedly was Nielsen's hypno programming. He added that such a meeting should happen much later. He ended by telling Paley to let prison officials know what he decided. That night, Paley tossed and turned again, unable to sleep as he wrestled in his mind with the undefined force in him which did not want him to see Ryder again. Before that restless night was over, he had defeated the unknown enemy in his lonely night combat. He had decided to continue with Ryder. So the next day, Paley came to see Ryder again and told the doctor his decision, and the prisoner still was upset, nervous, talking fast, and agitated. Ryder wasted not a moment. He again used lamp staring, followed by injection, followed by second lamp staring to induce Paley. Again, Paley went into a deep amnesiac trance. For the rest of July, Ryder repeated the same induction routine, staring, shot, staring every time Paley went into deep, deep trance. Over the next 10 sessions, Ryder decreased the amount of injection a little bit more each time until finally the shot was just distilled water. It still triggered deep trance in Paley, classic Pavlovian conditioning. Later on, Ryder omitted the injection, using only the 2 eye fixations. Paley still went into deep trance. He was again conditioned hypnotic subject. Paley. Somnambulist training. First, Dr. Ryder trained Paley to be an obedient hypnotic subject. The training in hypnosis period should not be abandoned until it has been established that post-hypnotic suggestions are carried through in a fashion that leaves no doubt of the mastery of the situation by the operator or patient or subject should possess a number of accomplishments. He should be able to enter a deep trance almost as soon as he is instructed to do so. He should be able to revert memorially, regress to earlier periods of his life. He should be able to verbalize while in the trance state, and he should be able to carry out suggestions for post-hypnotic behavior, especially as these will apply to recall or amnesia. Now, Paley soon entered deep and amnesiac trance in less than a second to whatever induction cue Ryder had specified. He settled Paley onto the letter P as a regular cue, imitating Nielsen's use of the letter X. Ryder gave, see how replaceable letters are? See that? So I'm not crazy in saying replace X with Q. Y'all still hear me? I'm still here, right? I'm a part of this. We're all still in this together. Riding it hard. 5 listeners. All day. Laying it down. Truth. Is anybody out there? I'm trying to train. Oh, thanks, CLO. I'm trying to train Ellie to do that because she says hello from underneath her blanket when she wants to get up. So when she says it, I answer her with that every day. And so maybe one day she'll say it. Like, hello, is there anybody out there? I just think it would be hilarious if my bird could learn these. Okay. Paley soon entered deep in amnesia. Oh, we did that. Oh, no, we didn't. Okay. Ryder gave supplementary suggestions to prevent Paley from going into a trance if he saw a random P, such as in a sign. The doctor also gave sealing suggestions to protect Paley against more hypnosis by Nielsen. If you ever receive an induction cue from any person but me, it will have no effect at all. But earlier and more repeated programming tends to be dominant over later and less often repeated programming. Keep in mind. Transference. Nielsen had got Paley to unconsciously accept the guru's hypnotic instructions as coming from Paley's guardian spirit, X, or God. Ryder decided to mimic that system, except that he made Paley's unconscious receive the doctor's hypnotic instructions as coming from Mama and Daddy. Ryder wanted an unconscious trance of Paley's strong original bondings with his parents to himself. Ryder succeeded more and more. He identified me with persons belonging to his early infancy. Now, something I just realized I did, and I gotta go back now because I totally skipped this box on way back on page 25, and I just realized it, and that means that they were trying to get me to not give you this information. And so now I'm going to go back and give it to you that I have been made aware that I skipped it. No, I have not, TLO, but I will look into it. Social isolation. Paley was now completely isolated, not only because he had become a space case, but also because Nielsen had used threats, flattery, visual, and auditory negative hallucinations to further isolate him under deep hypnosis Nielsen had instructed. From this moment, you will no longer speak to nor address your previous comrades. You will feel that all formal ties have been broken. Day and night, your entire consciousness will be directed toward the divine. If they approach you, you will not see them, and if they talk to you, you will not hear them. They belong to a lower world which you have nothing whatever to do with. Paley's former friends in prison thought his new condition of perpetual walking trance and a total ignoring of them was very odd. Although they were upset by the change in Paley, none of them spoke to the prison authorities about it, and Nielsen also programmed Paley against his parents and other relatives. Paley obeyed the secret regimen and thus became totally dependent upon Nielsen, now his only permitted associate. Nielsen, however, was not isolated, and he couldn't resist bragging about his control over Paley to some of the other prisoners. Now, this is a big box. It takes up a whole page. And it's where we are, so I'm going to read it here. Classical conditioning. Any biological function that is normally unconscious or reflexive can be classically conditioned. Your level of consciousness can be conditioned because it's normally adjust unconsciously, just like your retina diameter and heart rate. Salivation at the sight of food is another normally unconscious reflexive function. An assistant to Pavlov did the original classical conditioning experiment using a dog. The dog would begin to drool as soon as he saw food, a natural response. The assistant began to ring a bell right before he brought food in where the dog could see it. Soon, when the bell rang, the dog drooled in anticipation of food. After that, the food might or might not arrive, but the dog still drooled when he heard the bell. A salivation response that was naturally associated with the sight of food now appeared at the artificial sound of the bell. That's classical conditioning. Classical conditioning is an unconscious association wherein an arbitrary outside signal is made to cause an event inside the subject's body. In classical conditioning, the subject is passive. A dog with its salivary gland outlet in the mouth hooked up to an extremely visible measuring tube, or a human subject willing to get a needle full of barbiturate in his arm is passive. TLO. The subject's response to the biological cue is involuntary and reflexive. Pavlov placed meat powder on the dog's tongue and it began to salivate heavily. Dr. Ryder injected Paley with barbiturates and Paley's state of consciousness lowered to deep trance. In classical conditioning, the desired association or reinforcement occurs before the elicited response, salivation or trance. The conditioned unnatural stimuli of bell or needle are timed together with the unconditioned natural stimuli, meat powder or barbiturate drug. Our natural learning system is associative. It does not work if the bell rings after the food comes or if the fluid injection happened after consciousness lowers. Sequence is all important in classical conditioning. The bell has a ring either at the same time or slightly before the conditioned response to develop. Classical conditioning is the unconscious creation of a mental reflex. If it is automatic learning, an association between the two stimuli, bell, meat, needle, drug, is made so strong that eventually the artificial one, bell, needle, can replace the natural one, meat, drug. Thus, it happened that the sound of the bell that Pavlov's assistant rang before placing the meat powder on the dog's tongue soon caused the dog to salivate. Even when the assistant did not give the dog any meat powder, the dog was conditioned. A famous experiment with human conditioning was reported in 1933. Do you need me to repeat that date? Do we need to think about how long ago that was? Reflect on it for a moment. Let it seep in. By Hudgens.
Ooh, World War II, World War II, the beginning of World War II.
Thank you. Thank you. I was so worried you weren't going to come in with that. Like,
I know you set me up for it too, so that's why I know you're waiting for it.
I did. And this also makes sure that I'm still not, robotized and I'm still heard and
Right. True.
we're good. Okay, so conditioning and the voluntary control of the pupillary light reflex. Ordinarily, you cannot control the expansion or contraction of the pupil of your eye because that is an involuntary reflex, right? Your pupil automatically contracts at the stimulus of a bright light and expands in the dark, right? Right. Hudgens conditioned human subjects as Pavlov had with dogs. Hudgens would say, contract, and the bell would sound and the light would flash in the subject's eyes. After only a few hours of training, Hudgens could simply say the word contract and the subject's pupil would contract. No light, no bell, just the word. Famous human experiment, y'all. 1933. Famous human experiment. Y'all heard of it? Because I ain't never heard of it. But it's famous. In the 40s, Gregory Razran conditioned human subject to salivate when he said style or earn. Then he got them to generalize the response and therefore to salivate to synonyms such as fashion and vase. The generalized response were weaker. Okake Nerus, University of Kyoto, caused conditioned hallucinations. He made hypnotized subjects stare at a screen. Nerus flashed a light or sounded a bell, then projected an image on the screen. At a low illumination, he gives the subject a pad of paper, has him draw the image several times, then suggests amnesia for the whole experience, and brings him out of hypnosis. Later, he tells the awakened subject to watch the screen. He sounds the bell, projecting nothing, and asks the subject to draw what he sees. People do quite dependably. They draw the image projected during the past hypnosis. Conditioning plus amnesia made that work. Dr. Ryder's needle, even though filled with pure water because of the phenomenon of classical conditioning, soon resulted in an equally deep trance as if the drug had been used. Now, back to Pele here. Reliving many emotional, painful episodes from his childhood and school years from Ryder increased Pele's hypnotic susceptibility to him yet more. Testing. After training came a testing phase. Ryder tested Pele's trance depth by all possible standards. He suggested a visual hallucination. Animals played around Pele. The doctor suggested that Pele open his eyes. With his eyes open, Pele still saw the romping animals. That is walking hypnosis, a proof of somnambulism. That word that they're not letting me say right now. On Ryder's suggestions, Pele petted and played with the animals. Ryder next tested his ability to have hallucinations in color, negative hallucinations, and to talk to old friends resurrected in imagination. Pele performed all of that with absolutely no trouble. Only then did Ryder begin to regress Pele. After Ryder began regressing Pele to the Nielsen period of his life, he still began each session with testing, including a regression to something neutral, a childhood scene, or something to do with his current life and relationship with the doctor. Before and after the neutral regression, Ryder daily tested Pele for evidence of deep, authentic somnambulism, total amnesia, massive catalepsy, amnesia for a painful pinprick, complex multisensory hallucinations, and bridge phenomenon. Pele always demonstrated complete somnambulism. Oh, gosh. Okay.
You all right?
Yeah, I needed a drink. They were trying to kill me. Gee.
Oh, I see.
You know, sometimes that happens.
It does.
So, somnambulist Pele is demonstrated. Ryder gave several demonstrations of Pele's somnambulist abilities to persons involved in his case. Induction cue and phone. Dr. Ryder showed how Nielsen could have given Pele hypnotic suggestion over the telephone. A policeman brought Pele into a room where several official observers, Ryder's assistant, and telephone awaited. Ryder phoned from a nearby room. The officer who answered told Pele that he had a call, and Pele took the phone. Ryder asked, "How are you?" "Fine," Pele said. Ryder then said, "Now listen carefully, P." Pele's head instantly collapsed onto the desktop. His eyes closed. The phone receiver fell from his ear. Ryder's assistant yelled Pele's name and shook him. Pele could not be awakened. He remained in deep trance, and the assistant held the phone by Pele's ear. Ryder gave Pele instruction over the phone to wake up. Then Pele awoke. He remembered nothing of what had happened while he was in the trance. Another one of these little boxes. R.W. White was a psychoanalytically oriented psychiatrist and research hypnotist. He saw in hypnosis a transferring of the loving, hating, and fearing attitudes which were first aroused by the parents to the operator, and analysis of motivation in hypnosis. Cuby and Margolone were also Freudian-oriented research hypnotists, they said that hypnosis is essentially the displacement of conscious minds, ego controlled by, and we quote, a complex image of the hypnotist which becomes part of the subject. This image functions in the subject as does the residue of parental images in adults. It delimits memories and contacts, dictates purposes, distributes inner rewards and inner punishments, and endangered strong effects. In some measures, therefore, it temporarily disposes the earlier authorities, i.e., the superego, or mere goes with them. The incorporated image of the hypnotist plays the same role in the hypnotic subject as does the incorporated unconscious image of the parental figure in the child or adult. Hypnosis thus is seen to be the experimental reproduction of a natural development process. A hypnotic subject accepts the hypnotist as an unconscious displacement for his or her own ego, the way a child unconsciously incorporates parental points of view. In the induction stage, the hypnotist becomes, for a time, the sole representative of the external world, and once hypnosis has been achieved, while the subject reinstates his normal boundaries in both time and place, the hypnotist remains incorporated within his conscious as an experimentally induced superego figure. Okay. Induction cue in writing. Ryder's assistant then handed Paley a letter from Ryder. Paley opened the envelope and read the message inside. Greetings from P. Ryder. Seeing the initial P in the letter from Dr. Ryder cued another trance. Again, Paley's eyes closed and his head collapsed onto the desktop. Again, the observers shouted and shook him, but were unable to bring him out of it. Again, Ryder's assistant placed the phone by Paley's ear. While Ryder told his subject to wake, again Paley woke with no memory of the trance. Amnesia and post-hypnotic suggestions. Paley later wrote about a similar demonstration. Quote, now I am awake, and now I am asleep. One moment Dr. Ryder is giving an explanation, and the next time I wake up, I don't remember falling asleep in the meantime. All those present are sitting looking in their notebooks. They are all confusing fragments, which it is completely impossible to write at all sensibly about. Hey, Scarlett, if you're listening, you're gone, buddy. It's you. The doctor next demonstrated his subject's obedience to post-hypnotic suggestions. He hypnotized Paley and told him that exactly 3 minutes after he was awakened from trance, he would stand up and walk over to the assistant commissioner. He was to then ask the gentleman his age, what year he left school, and what caused him to choose the career he did. Ryder then awakened Paley and chatted with him. Paley had no memory of being hypnotized nor of the post-hypnotic suggestions which Ryder had given him. 3 minutes later, Paley suddenly looked at the commissioner. He then walked over to him and in the most polite and apologetic manner asked the exact questions he had been told to. Ryder said, Paley, why did you do that? Paley explained, rationalized, that he had suddenly thought how interesting the career of an important police official must be. And he said he wondered how a person got into that important work. Ryder then dropped Paley back into trance and gave him another post-hypnotic suggestion. He said, in precisely 3 hours, you will hear my voice, just like you used to hear the voice of X talking to you. You will not be surprised by that, and you will call the jail guard and ask to see the police solicitor. The police called Ryder at home that evening to report They said his post-hypnotic suggestion to police had been carried out in every detail. Exactly 3 hours after Ryder gave the suggestion, Paley, now back in his cell, had acted upset. He had called the warder and told him that he had now begun to hear Dr. Ryder's voice. He said he thought it was too bad that not only did he have to hear X now and then, but now I too had to interfere in his affairs when he was on his own. Paley then asked for paper and wrote on it a request to see the police solicitor. During their next appointment, Paley told Dr. Ryder about hearing his voice in the call. Ryder's voice had told him to be calm and have faith, because one future day the truth would emerge. The words, y'all. If Paley himself would tell it. Ryder had not specified exactly what words Paley would hear him say. Paley's unconscious had itself composed that reassuring wisdom, which might convincingly have come from Ryder. Paley couldn't imagine why he had heard the psychiatrist's voice in his cell. Ryder then suggested a series of multisensory post-hypnotic hallucination, which included an apparition of himself. Paley obediently hallucinated the suggestive visits from Dr. Ryder. The doctor appeared in his white coat as Paley lay on his cell cot, gave the signal P to Paley, and Paley's cell transformed into a beautiful beach surrounded by bright flowers, blue sea, and shining sun. The prisoner heard a church bell sounding in the distance and felt full of peace. A criminal suggestion. Ryder's final post-hypnotic experiment with Paley was a criminal suggestion to break prison rules. Up to this time, Paley had always followed prison rules and had never once complained about anything. Ryder suggested to a hypnotized Paley that in the afternoon he would feel overwhelmed, tired, and irritated with no appetite for his supper, followed by the words to the effect that your food will look unappeasing. It smells rotten. You tell the prison guard that. He will probably insist that there is nothing wrong with your food. Then you start to get angry. You will speak rudely to the guard and quickly become even more angry. You say the most insulting words you can think of to him and become absolutely enraged. You would like to punch him, but you don't dare do that. Instead, you grab up the plate of disgusting food and throw it on the floor. After doing that, you become more calm. You start to feel sorry for what you have done. Later that day, back inside his cell, all went just as Ryder had suggested. Paley thought about his situation and about his parents. He had been locked up in prison 3 years so far this time. He thought about how badly he had treated his parents, how alienated from them he had become. When dinner came, the bread and sausage tasted moldy to him. The milk tasted sour. Paley called the warder and told him that. The warder denied that the bread and sausage were moldy and insisted that milk was not sour. Paley got very angry, called him an idiot, and threw his plate onto the floor where it smashed. Then he felt calmer and began to feel sorry for what he had done. Regressions. Ryder was now daily regressing Paley to his life with Nielsen. First, however, each day returned him to scenes from his school years, then to early childhood as young as 2. After being confident that he was getting accurate regression of verifiable events, the doctor would regress Paley to Nielsen's years. Ryder recovered Paley's memory of experiences with Nielsen in chronological order. Paley's daily sessions, each hours long, with Dr. Ryder's continued for 15 months. He did over 100 regressive dramatizations of his experiences with Nielsen. Ooh. Still here? Still everybody hearing me? Oh, Scarlet, where did you go, Scarlet? Oh. Hi, Teal. Okay, cool. Cool. Ryder wanted to know every hypnotic method that Nielsen had used, everything he had told Paley under hypnosis, which had helped to shape him into a hyper hypno robot. He wanted to know Paley's state of mind at each stage in the planning of each robbery. During the regressions, Paley usually lay motionless with the characteristic mask-like, expressionless face of deep trance. A dramatic exception to that was when Paley remembered emotional events, when his expression displayed intense emotions such as panic-stricken fear. The doctor noted that reliving deep feeling also made Paley's respiration and pulse rate increase. Sometimes he trembled. Sometimes his face and hands broke into a cold sweat. Paley's waking voice was alert and fluent, but when hypnotized and regressed, it sounded weak, monotone, almost ghostly, strangely passive, except when frightened, shouting, or screaming. Paley relived old conversations as if videotaped of relived old conversations as if a videotape of that event were playing in his brain. He remained silent during moments when another person was speaking. At such times, Ryder felt as if he were listening to somebody talking on the phone. When Ryder instructed Paley to say that the other person said, Paley imitated their manner of speaking as well as reproducing their words, speaking the part of each person in authentic tone and cadence. Ryder soon recognized Paley's representation of Nielsen's deep voice and endless hammering in of programming suggestions. Guaranteed truthful regression. Dr. Ryder made sure that Paley's regressions were the most authentic sort. I am there, rather than I was there. He would hypnotize him, specify the day and time he was to regress to, and then say, you will experience all you went through on that day in every detail. You do not only dream it nor remember it, you really experience it. You are in the middle of it. You will tell me exactly what you do. Okay. He told Paley not to add or leave out anything. He gave strong suggestion at the start of each trance, designed to punish the slightest deviation from truth. Quote, if he was guilty of giving a false account, or if he diverged a hair's breadth from the truth, he would be seized by a feeling of terror. He would be panic-stricken with fear. His heart would thump violently, and he would begin to sweat and tremble. He would also feel pain at the root of his tongue. His tongue and his voice would fail him, and he would be incapable of saying anything coherently. He would feel as if his neck were being twisted and he was being strangled. Yeah. Getting pretty deep, man. Getting pretty deep. One day, Ryder tested his truth guaranteeing mechanism by suggesting to a hypnotized Paley that he had just told a lie. Paley's pulse began to race, groaning and sweating. Paley managed to say, "I can't get any air. I can't speak. My tongue's all stiff." When the day came that Paley was to relive the first bank robbery, Ryder gave an additional suggestion. If Paley did not tell the exact truth, he would feel the panic of his guardian spirit leaving him. It probably was not smart to echo and reinforce any of Nielsen's conditioning. FYI. The police checked all verifiable details in the memories which Paley recovered under rehypnotization. All were confirmed. Suggested autobiography. Every time he hypnotized Paley, Dr. Ryder gave the prisoner a post-hypnotic suggestion to write down everything he remembered of his visit to the doctor after he was returned back to his cell. Therefore, Paley recorded a series of puzzling encounters beginning with "Hello, how are you?" and maybe a short preliminary conversation followed by the saying of goodbyes. He never remembered being hypnotized. He never remembered anything that happened while he was hypnotized. Dr. Ryder also suggested every day that his subject would write a chronological history of his life with Nielsen. He told Paley that memories would pour into his mind, that he would relive it all again, seeing everything clearly. Ryder encouraged Nielsen's victim to write these memories down. He said that the writing would relieve the pressure of them. So Paley wrote every day for months, every detail of his experience as Nielsen's hypnotic subject. He always believed that the writing was his own idea, just a means to relieve the pressure and unburden himself of that troublesome history. As with the regressions, Ryder gave Paley post-hypnotic suggestions designed to prevent his subject from deviating in the least from the truth or embroidering his experience with the tiniest bit while writing his autobiography. Ryder threatened that if Paley strayed from the true facts of his case, his hand would cramp, it would refuse to write anymore, and its writing would become illegible. Ryder also said that if Paley's memory was unclear on some point, he would state that fact plainly. Paley now consciously recognized that Nielsen's spiritual exercises were really hypnotic conditioning. He now knew that Nielsen had regularly hypnotized him for 4 years before the robberies, that he had deliberately trained him to commit crimes by means of desensitizing visualizations under hypnosis, and that Nielsen had given specific suggestions under hypnosis which caused him to commit the robberies and murders for which he would soon be on trial. Paley now made statements regarding that history which were very different from those made when he was first arrested. Then he had claimed he committed the crimes all by himself and for the sake of his mission. Now he said that Nielsen was identical with X, and the crimes had happened because of Nielsen's orders, and that being freed from Nielsen's influence made him able to know and save that truth. Paley's autobiography, written because of Dr. Ryder's suggestions, gave a completely different version of events than what Paley had first told police. Writers called it Paley's exercise book confession. Clever, right? The psychiatrist planned to enter it as new evidence in the case. Ryder had heard and seen Paley's relivings during hypnotic regressions and read the autobiography. The doctor now clearly understood exactly how Nielsen had captured and enslaved his cellmate's mind. He hoped to make those events equally clear to court personnel. Paley, however, did not yet know all that the doctor knew about those past events in his life. Dr. Ryder had routinely hypno-instructed Paley that, while writing those past events would seem very far away, vague, foggy, and emotionally unconnected to him. Accordingly, although Paley now regurgitated all the facts which his unconscious knew onto paper, for Ryder and for the record, and he consciously understood some essential facts about that history. Nielsen's victim had not yet intellectually integrated all of the intellectual and emotional reality contained in those pages. When the trial began, Ryder still had not allowed Paley to consciously remember the specific details of what had happened in his years with Nielsen. Trial preliminaries. Nielsen always hoped for and looked for opportunities to renew his hypnotic control of Paley, reinforce the old hypnotic conditioning of a subject, and to aid new conditioning designed to get the guru off the hook. October 9th, 1952, Dr. Ryder again demonstrated Paley's hypno skills to legal representatives. Nielsen, his defense lawyers, and their psychiatrist, Dr. Gert Jorgensen, attended. Ryder had recommended Gert Jorgensen to Nielsen's lawyers because that psychiatrist firmly believed in the dogma of moral integrity, that no one could be caused to act against their morals by means of hypnosis. The show began with Ryder giving Paley his induction cue. Then the doctor pointed out to the observers the subject's instant shift into state of profound trance as a result of receiving the cue. Then he brought Paley out of a trance display to prisoners' total amnesia for having been hypnotized and for all events occurring while he was hypnotized. Then he cued Paley back into trance again. During their immersion, he made Paley regress and relive various criminal episodes. Here is the court transcriber's record of Paley's relived thoughts as he bicycled towards the bank, where he would in a few moments attempt robbery and commit murder. Before we say that, we need to do this box over here, which is Paley's dreams. Ryder also used post-hypnotic suggestion to make Paley remember dreams and write them down when he woke up. He recorded several hundred. Sometimes the doctor suggested he dream of a particular theme or of a certain person. Paley always obeyed, always believed it was all of his own idea. When Ryder said to dream about Nielsen, Paley dreamed he was in his childhood room at home and a big plane flew over very lowly then. With a quotation, with a frightful crash came down on top of a low garage just outside of our window. I was quite paralyzed. The plane and the garage were completely wrecked. I heard another machine droning overhead. The next moment, it was down on top of the first. If anything, with a worse crash than before. What you mean it won't let you back in, G? It's gonna let you in now. But what you mean? Scarlett is apparently trying to get back in, and it's not letting her. I found the situation quite terrible. I was completely knocked out by it. I was shaken to the core. Sometime after the third plane droned over, I knew that it would crash, just like the two before it. But there was nothing I could do. I was paralyzed with horror. While I waited for the crash, it was like a nightmare. The crash came as I had expected. I was completely beside myself. Shortly afterwards, a fourth plane appeared, and the same thing happened again. Our house was on the direct route of all planes approaching the airport. Suddenly, the police, arrested me for being the cause of the whole series of accidents. They found in a cupboard a tiny instrument which I had once constructed and later put away and thought no more about. It was quite a small, innocent-looking instrument which I had once as an experiment. It was really nothing more than a toy made to amuse myself. As they produced it from the cupboard, everything suddenly became clear to me. I realized all of a sudden that it was my instrument which had caused the planes to crash. It has since been found out by experiments that besides the function that the instrument was constructed for, it had another function. Under certain circumstances, it caused airplanes to crash if they came within a certain radius. I knew nothing about this, and only recently had science found out about this secondary function. It was, in fact, not my invention at all. At this point, I woke up and had to sit up and get my breath before I could go to sleep again. Nielsen does not openly appear in the dream, but as in real life, he is the unseen, powerful agent behind all of the destruction. The toy symbolizes the original hypnotic training that Paley allowed Nielsen to do to him. Paley was so deceived, he thought the trances were no more than a toy made to amuse himself. The other function which Ryder's experiments had shown the instrument had was explorative mind control. Dr. Ryder asked Paley what he thought the dream meant. Paley said, Bjorn and all that he has done to me. Ryder asked, how do you feel during the dream? Paley said, wretched and panic-stricken over all the people who were killed. Do I need to, like, I don't know, man. Invite. Copy. Boom. I don't know. Hold on, though. I'll try this. All right. All right. It's okay. That's fine. Okay, so now we're gonna begin the dialogue. Subject: I've got the pistol in my bag. It's loaded. Well, this is it. Get it over quickly. Then it's all right. Moaning slightly. Oh, it's the usual thing. Why the devil have I got a body that has to get put up resistance every time I'm going to do anything? Now, signs of a violent effect. Groans. I can't do it. I lean the bicycle up outside. That's right. Now it's just a matter of 3 brisk steps. Dr. Ryder, how do you feel? Subject: I'm rather nervous. Dr. Ryder, why don't you like it? Subject: is it the physical resistance? Dr. Ryder, physical resistance. Subject: the body resisting the will. It is only something to be conquered. It can be conquered. It must be conquered. Nielsen exuded an attitude of arrogant self-confidence while he sat and watched Paley's reliving. The criminal hypnotist acted as if he were one of the lawyers and set him a man about to be tried for causing robbery and murder by means of a mind-controlled technology. Nielsen denied that Paley could be deeply hypnotized. He denied that the subject was deeply hypnotized in that moment. Dr. Ryder said to Nielsen, you may use any depth test. Nielsen sharpened one end of a matchstick. He cruelly shoved it far up under one of Paley's fingernails. Blood spurted, but Paley revealed no awareness of his injury, no sign of pain. Nielsen's lawyer, Gert Jorgensen, and the guru himself had to agree it looked as if Paley really was in deep trance. Throughout Paley's interrogations and trial, Nielsen, like Adam, cold-bloodedly exploited every opportunity to make himself look good and to get Paley convicted. Smugly enacting his role of the falsely accused man, Nielsen energetically defended himself. His behavior was, and we quote, typically of the professional criminal hypnotizer. It corresponded closely to an attitude displayed by the criminal protagonist in the famous Helderberg case as described by Ludwig Meyer. Oh my gosh, are you serious? This is crazy, guys. I just can't with this. Scarlett, where are you? Ryder believed that his sealing suggestions blocking Paley against hypnosis by Nielsen were effective. He now invited both Nielsen and Dr. Gert Jorgensen to try to hypnotize Paley. Neither of them could. Nielsen did not want to succeed. But even Nielsen's presence and his feeble attempt to hypnotize Paley aroused old condition in Paley. He had trouble sleeping that night. He lay awake, feeling afraid and worried. When he slept, he dreamed of Nielsen and X, and the next day he felt very nervous in the presence of Dr. Ryder. Ryder easily restored Paley's calm with a hypnotic suggestion. November 1st, 1952. At a court hearing, which Dr. Ryder did not attend, the police, ignorant of the dynamics of hypnosis, seated Paley and Nielsen beside each other. While a witness was being questioned, Nielsen talked to Paley about his duty to X. We know Nielsen did that because he was overheard. No frickin' way, guys. This is some really crazy stuff. And it's really super scary. Wow. It's just wow. Super wow. Okay. After Nielsen reinforced all of his old conditioning again, Paley was even more torn by conflict between the opposing sets of programming from two different hypnotists. The next time that Dr. Ryder met with Paley, he was in such an obvious state of wretchedness, more nervous and tense than ever before, that Ryder asked him what the problem was. Paley was amnesic for his encounter with Nielsen, but he did know that after his court appearance, he had begun to hear X's voice again. He said he could not sleep. When he did sleep, he had agonizing dreams in which X appeared, the world ended, and he was damned forever. Okay. Ryder gave his induction QP. It almost did not work. Finally, he got Paley hypnotized. It took Ryder 10 days to return Paley to his normal calm and to get their hypnotic rapport back to normal. Ryder repeated suggestion over and over meant to weaken all ideas associated with X and Paley's mind and to prevent Nielsen from ever again influencing him. Paley's defense lawyer and Nielsen's defense team were adversaries. For 2 years, Paley's lawyer, although he was merely the court-appointed defense for an indigent criminal, had carefully researched unethical hypnosis. He frequently consulted with Dr. Ryder about the facts of Paley's history as they emerged in the regressions. He attended all 3 demonstrations of somnambulist Paley, which Ryder gave. Nielsen's defense team now managed to divest Paley of this excellent lawyer. Nielsen whined to the judge that he had confided too much in Paley's lawyer. He claimed to now realize that it would threaten his own case if that lawyer continued to represent Paley. The court accepted Nielsen's argument. Just before the trial, they stripped Paley of his well-informed lawyer and assigned a new one to him. The newcomer had only a couple weeks in which to prepare to argue one of the most technically unfamiliar and complex legal cases to ever enter the Danish court system. So they let this doctor do all this work, this attorney, and then they went ahead and ripped him out. Are you serious? Like, how are you going to do that to somebody? That's crazy. They be setting this man up for failure, you see, like already, and it's all written verbatim, it's here, and oh gosh, it's super scary, y'all. Like, oh man, super scary. To think that in the 50s there are actual trials going on about this that we don't even know about. How do we miss that? Right. I mean, I'm just saying, like, that just seems a little crazy. Like, ooh, ow, I smashed my finger, guys. That kind of really hurt. She did log out and log back in. Is she here and I don't see her? Is it me? No, because you said no problem after that. So I don't know. I missed that scar log out and then log back in part. She's been trying, I think, and it won't let her. Pam. Psychological reports and grief. April 30th, 1953. Dr. Hojer Peterson, writer's assistant, retested Paley with the TAT. He reported that Paley now felt guilt for what he had done and anger about what Nielsen had done. Okay, really? Can people hear me? Oh, no, don't do that. Don't do that. Thank you. Am I still here with people? Okay. Let me know. Catch me up. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? I have to keep doing this to keep my phone from overheating while I'm doing this. Oh, goodness. things. I did a boop sound. Boop boop. Okay, cool. Yeah, I gotta keep my phone from overheating while I do StreamYard, because apparently StreamYard is very, very hard on my phone for some reason. I'm not exactly sure why that is, but it seems to be extremely hard on my phone. Sucks my battery and just all the things. So I'm assuming I'm still here and people can still hear me. Oh, there we go. Nope, I guess not. Well, I know TLO had to step away. So that was happening for a minute. But I thought Pam was still here. Pam, lovely, can you hear me?
Hello,
Oh, there you are, Scarlett. Hello.
finally!
Yay! So
Holy shit.
what?
It just took forever.
Okay, but you can hear me. I'm not a robot, and this all hasn't been for nothing.
No, it's not.
Okay, awesome. Ah, yeah.
Somebody would have said
Winning.
something if it was in chat, and I don't see anybody complaining in chat.
I know, but they also haven't been answering for like 4.5 minutes.
Well, maybe they went to get a drink or a snack
It
or
could be. I know TLO stepped away.
right.
So yeah, cool. Um, I don't know if you could still hear me during that whole process, but we've gotten quite a bit further. And just so that everybody knows right now, we have now crossed into parts of the book that I have not pre-read yet.
Mm,
So it's a little frightening.
right.
Not trying to lie. All right. Here we go. Psychological reports and grief. Oh, I think. No, okay. April 30th, 1953, Dr. Hojer Peterson, Ryder's assistant, retested Paley with the TAT. He reported that Paley now felt guilt for what he had done and anger about what Nielsen had done. And we quote, "He is passive, considers himself unfairly treated primarily by Nielsen through no real fault of his own. He has been hit by others and has himself killed by accident. He has been living in a world which was artificially made up for him. He has been chained up in his own imagination and now is tied to the gravestones he has been made a tool of." Of the 12M card, the hypnosis picture in the TAT series, Paley said, "This is hypnosis." He attributed evil profit-making intention to the hypnotist. Looking at the picture made him feel angry. He said he wanted to give the old scoundrel pictured on the card a good shaking. His general response showed optimism about the future. Despite dark shadows remaining from past events, he felt like Dr. Ryder had opened a window to the real world to which the doctor belonged, through which fresh air now blew on him. He visualized Ryder as light which entered and passed through him. Paley pictured his unconscious conflict between Ryder's present hypnotic control of him and Nielsen's former hypno-programming and imagery. He was standing on the edge of a mountain gorge. It was an endless abyss which plunged down and down. Dr. Ryder was struggling, using all the abilities he had to influence Paley to come away from that edge. Although the doctor's approach was calm and scientific, emotionless, Paley said that he expected Dr. Ryder to win the battle. Dr. Hojer Peterson reported that he found no signs of insanity in Paley and dwindling interest in religion and politics. He credited Paley's ambivalent but momentarily strongly positive dependence upon Dr. Ryder as the cause of the changes. He noted Paley's keen sense of justice. Just before the trial commenced, Ryder combined his observation of Paley's regression streams and other behaviors in Paley's autobiography into a final, thorough report consisting of 366 typed pages. He delivered this book-length tome to the court on June 15, 1953, 2 years and 3 months after Paley's arrest. The gist of his report was that the true cause of Paley's criminal acts, the true perpetrator of them, was Nielsen. The court took 3 weeks to read it. On July 6th, they held another hearing. At this one, both Paley and Nielsen were present. Again seated side by side, Nielsen murmured to Paley about what X wanted. The court declared that Nielsen and Paley would each be allowed to read Ryder's report for 1 week. Ryder planned and carried out his clinical state strategies with icy detachment from Paley, the victim. He fought like a cool but determined chess master again and again before the court on Paley's behalf. Ryder's efforts were tightly focused on winning the case. He was a police psychiatrist, not a therapist. His job was to discover, demonstrate, and prove the truth about what Nielsen had done to Paley. Now, however, Dr. Ryder recognized that Paley's state of mind must be part of his strategy. Ryder, who knew Paley better than anybody else except perhaps Nielsen, therefore asked the court for an opportunity to prepare Paley psychologically before the prisoner saw the psychological report. He warned them that without supportive preparation, Paley's mental condition could be damaged and his hypnotic cooperation affected by the shock of what it contained. Ryder explained that he had maintained the hypnotic repression of Paley's memory for details of his abuse by Nielsen, despite the fact that Paley had written them all down. Paley did not yet know them. Nielsen, on the other hand, was pressuring the judge to turn over Ryder's report immediately. Ryder's appeal for delay was denied. Nielsen required for immediate release of the report was accepted. Ryder then asked that the release of Paley's copy be delayed until he could psychologically prepare him. But the judge reasoned that justice required that Paley be treated exactly the same as Nielsen, and that request was also denied. Ryder tried yet again. Oh, what was that? What did I miss? Oh, right. He asked the court to allow him to continue seeing Paley for therapy. Oh, sorry. Oh no. Okay, sorry. What just happened? I have no idea. It changed the whole screen. Everything got weird.
What changed?
My whole screen, it's weird now, but it's fine as long as you guys can still hear me.
Yep, nope, we can see and hear you.
He argued that maintaining their hypnotic relationship would prevent relapse into the psychosis. He meant a recovery of control over Paley by Nielsen and reinforcement of all of the tragic X programming. Ryder said that his hypnotic relationship with Paley was not stable. He feared that if it was not maintained, it would fade or be eroded by Nielsen's influence. Ryder argued that therapy would maintain their hypnotic rapport, which might be needed for new problems coming up, which needed to be dealt with by hypnosis. Nielsen's lawyers slammed back, asking the court to prevent Paley from having any more contact with Dr. Ryder, except for the 2 demonstrations already scheduled to show Paley's new lawyer how hypnosis works. The court again ruled for Nielsen. It barred Ryder for the talking to Paley until 2 days before the next demonstration, scheduled to be held in 1 month. As a result of all of those rulings, one day a police official handed Dr. Ryder's very long, icily clinical, and excruciatingly detailed report to Paley Hardrip. Paley was told that he had only 1 week to read the report. He had been given no advance preparation. He had no option of talking over its contents and how they made him feel with Ryder. In order to get through that thick stack of pages in 1 week's time, Paley had to read Ryder's chilly, convoluted prose every waking hour plus 4 into the night hours he normally would have used for sleep. After reading it, Paley discovered that he could not sleep even when he tried. Before Paley saw the report, all he remembered of his hypnotic session with Ryder were the hellos and goodbyes. Before he saw the report, he thought that writing the autobiography was his own idea. He thought the dreams he had were spontaneous little productions. Before he read the report, Paley did not know he had fallen in love with Benty because of hypnotic suggestion. He did not know that he had given his fiancée for sex to Nielsen for the same reason. He did not know that he had visualized robbing and killing, even murdering his own mother. He did not know that Ryder would call him a repressed homosexual who was unconsciously in love with Nielsen. Yeah, that's being said. And again, keeping in mind, that's interesting. Keeping in mind that, this is the 50s now. So to actually have that wording in things was dangerously scary. not nice. You know what I mean? Like, not good. Not good. It was not a good writing for back then. Like, non-acceptable. It wasn't something that they would throw out there. It was done very hurtfully, I believe, as a way to disassimilate him as a pliable, person or witness or whatever you want to call it. So, did it just boot you, Scarlett, or did you have to jump off or something and it wouldn't let you back in, or did it just boot you and then wouldn't let you back in? Inquiring minds wanted to know. Oh, buddy,
Oh,
friend.
hey, buddy.
Oh, you muted yourself without knowing?
Yo.
Mm. Okay, I get it now. I'm like, weird. She's not talking back.
Right? No. I'm here.
So did you answer me? I'm sure you did, but I didn't hear you. So can you answer me again?
No, I didn't hear you for like the last 2 minutes because I was grabbing something to drink.
Because you was what?
Grabbing something to drink.
Oh, right. Okay, so I was like, did you have to bolt out earlier for a reason, or did it just boot you and then you couldn't come back?
It booted me and I couldn't get back.
Oh shit. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know if you had to jet off or something quick and then it wouldn't let you back in, or.
Yeah, no, it booted me and then I couldn't get back in.
I gotcha. I'm unloading right now because I need a second because this is just, oh my lord, this is so crazy. I can't even begin to cover the levels of crazy that this is right now.
Well, people just don't realize how much of this has been happening.
Right? And
how all around you.
Yeah. And how in your face it really is now. You know what I mean? Whoa. Commercials, everything's suspect, dude. Everything.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Everything is suspect now.
Well, remember, they've even proven the Facebook algorithm gets you hypnotized and makes you feel like you're less important if you don't get likes and
Oh yeah. TikTok, same thing.
Yeah.
And TikTok's geared towards more 13 to 16-year-olds, which somebody brought up a very valid point about. Why is it a good idea, or why did anybody think that this age group needed a platform of moving and non-saved pictures?
Right. And videos.
Right.
Because this stuff now, when you do background checks and stuff,
Right.
On your background checks, it will pull up your social media profiles and your emails
Mm-hmm.
that are attached to your name and date of birth.
Right.
So
How
it's
invasive is that?
well, and it's how are you going to get away from that if you're making all these videos as a kid,
Right.
Literally that could follow you for the rest of your life.
Right.
Because anybody could find it.
True.
Because if there's a social media profile that
Right.
anybody can look up basically as like a background check, you're never going to be
True.
able to hide those things. Even if you get
Oh,
rid of those emails
good.
or switch accounts or any of it, they'll
Right.
still always know that you were this username.
Right.
People got to be careful because I've got to see some of these new credit, or, these new background checks.
Uh-huh.
And like I said, they've got your social media profiles and your emails on it.
Yeah. Yeah.
That way
And
they've got like your most known relatives, all your addresses, but then, like I said, also
well,
social media profiles.
it's becoming a thing, proprietary,
Well,
you
yeah,
know,
and jobs are looking at social media profiles before they're hiring you now.
yeah. Uh-huh.
All types of stuff.
Requiring you not to post anything about the jobs, or there's a lot of rules that can go into social media now for
Yeah,
jobs.
a lot of jobs have social media policies where it's like,
Yep.
you can't even make a video. Like, let's say you're in the parking lot on your own time. You can't
No,
make a TikTok or a Facebook or
no, you cannot.
they did that.
And that's actually federal.
Yeah.
It is considered stealing company's time,
Yep.
regardless if it is your time or not. If you are on company property, you may not use any social media whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, unless they have an explicit policy that allows you to, you know what I mean? Okay, that's different if it's written into your contracts and stuff. But otherwise, you need to assume no, no, no.
Right, right.
Yeah, because unless they explicitly tell you, yes, you can do it, assume no, you cannot when it comes to social media.
Yeah,
So a lot of people even surfing Facebook at work, if your job allows it, cool, but they could, if they don't, even if there's not a rule, they could still crack down
even
on you.
now, listen, guys, even if they tell you that you're allowed, if
They
they
could
want
change
to
their mind.
fire you, they can
They
use it as
can.
the reason.
Yep, sure could. Yeah, it's
Okay.
technical. People don't think about that because they're like, "Oh, I'm on my lunch break," or no,
Right,
no,
right.
legally you
And
cannot.
we're gonna
So don't.
see more tightness about this too, guys, as where they're bringing us around into the crypto and farming us for money.
Right.
They're gonna become more and more strict about your up.
Well, yeah, even people were complaining recently. Parents have been complaining about schools lately because now all of a sudden schools act like even if you have excused absences for illness, that they're about to send you to truancy court. Whereas when you know what was going on, you could get kids out of school for 2 weeks, no questions asked, and you didn't need a doctor's note. You just needed that test. And you just needed to tell them you
Right,
took the test. They didn't want
right.
to see it, or no, you know what I mean? Like, and now all
Yep.
of a sudden they're trying to send kids to truancy
Narratives
court.
change. How quickly the narratives change according to what they want.
Well, that's what I mean. Now they're changing the narrative. So it's like they let everybody do all this now. Now they're changing it. That's like you said, they're going to start getting more
Yeah,
strict and cracking down on the rules, which that's what we're starting to see now. Because what's the difference between now and then? Not much. The
right,
same things are still happening. So why wouldn't you still give that same grace? Kids
right,
get sick. Parents get sick. Parents
right.
don't
And
have extra time to get off.
you encouraged everybody for 2 years that if they were sick to stay the hell home.
Right. Now you want these kids in school getting everybody sick?
Right, right. So what's the narrative?
Control. That's the narrative. Control. We control what you do, when you do it, and how you do it.
Right.
And now when we decide we change the rules, we've changed the rules.
Yep.
That's serious.
It's trash.
It really is trash.
So,
On a side note, before we continue, I got these chips that I ordered from England, and they are absolutely delicious. And I will be ordering more varieties of these chips. But they are delicious, might I add. They are called Walker's Crispy Roast Chicken Chips, and they are delicious as hell. That is all. They're the best chip I've ever had, and there's not a bunch of bullshit in it either. And there's no artificial colors, preservatives, or added MSG. It's delicious, dude. And there's no
nice.
ingredients you can't pronounce.
Nice.
But it tastes like chicken. But they say it's only chicken flavoring,
Mm.
and it's not real chicken. And vegetarians could eat it.
Mm-hmm.
But they're the best chips
Okay.
I've ever had.
Well,
That's
that's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
As Paley read Ryder's report page after page, he writhed with shameful, painful realizations. Not once in the report did Ryder give any impression that he might actually like Paley. Paley now knew the process by which Ryder had manipulated Paley into relating to the doctor as if he were Paley's parent. Was it possible that all Ryder had really wanted was just mind control over him, so that the police psychiatrist could prove that he could manipulate Paley just like Nielsen had done? Paley was enduring a simultaneous, harsh stripping away of all of the illusions about the supposed friendship and respect Dr. Ryder felt for him. Reality, as Paley had imagined it, again was revealed to have been grossly distorted. Again, the distorting had been done by a hypnotist. This time the hypnotist was Dr. Ryder. At the same time that the harsh facts were eroding his attachment to Dr. Ryder, the report was stimulating Nielsen's latent conditioning in him. Ryder had wanted to prepare Paley with a blocking suggestion to the effect that reading those inductive words would not affect him. He was reading Nielsen's verbatim hypnotic suggestions from the very beginning of the Guru's predictions until their recent encounters, just as he had regurgitated those words from the unconscious memory under rehypnosis by Dr. Ryder. Reading page after page of his transcribed relivings of Nielsen's seances drenched Paley's mind once again with Nielsen's words, Nielsen's inductions, all the old X patterns, X threats, and X promises. This flood of Nielsen's words, Nielsen's memories, Nielsen's events, and XXX stirred up elements of his former intense relationship with the Guru. Nielsen had terribly abused Paley. He had been cruel and exploitative, but he had never ignored or abandoned him. Dr. Ryder, due to Nielsen and the court, had now disappeared from Paley's life. Forced first by the barbiturate, then by conditioning, Paley had shifted the bizarre deep love and loyalty called hypnotic rapport from Nielsen to Ryder. Despite those tormenting realizations, Paley now remained loyal to Dr. Ryder. He kept the X threat at bay and fought to stay out of the abyss. After reading the report, Paley could not sleep. He desperately needed sleep, but sleep would not come. He thought about Benty. She had faithfully and regularly visited him in prison ever since his incarceration, and once the thought of her had comforted him. In his weary mental ramblings, her image now blurred and transformed into a leering Nielsen face. He couldn't make it turn back into Benty. When he did sleep, it was worse than the insomniac imagery. Terrifying, dramatic dreams of X frightening him. One night, X in a dream ordered Paley to follow him again, back to that long ago day when he had first showed himself to Paley in a precious, strengthening vision. Then X was forcing him to obey. Obey X. Paley tried to fight. He was trying to move his legs in bed, but the more he tried, the heavier they got. Then suddenly, half dazed, he turned and looked into X's very face, and then he trampled it. His limbs had finally moved to accomplish that. He stomped and stomped upon the face of his god. When Paley awoke from that dream, he desperately wanted to talk to Dr. Ryder. He asked to see him. The warder informed him it was forbidden. Paley held on, knowing he was scheduled to see the doctor again in just a few days to prepare for their next demonstration. When Ryder finally saw Paley again, he was shocked at the changes in him. Paley explained that ever since reading the report, he had become more and more unhappy, anxious, scared, depressed, and confused. Ryder gave the induction QP. It took him 10 seconds to get Paley into deep trance instead of the usual less than a second. Once Paley was in trance, Ryder suggested that he would have no more frightening dreams. Then the doctor shifted to preparing Paley for the coming demonstration. It would be attended by Nielsen's lawyer and other court personages. Ryder reported previous threatening suggestions meant to prevent any deviation from the truth. Right then, Dr. Ryder believed the most important thing he could accomplish for Paley was to win the legal case by displaying the utter totality of Paley's somnambulist obedience. Ryder loses hypno-control. 2 days later, July 23rd, 1953, Paley was brought into a room where Ryder, Paley's new lawyer, Nielsen's old ones, and other legal personnel awaited him. Paley looked even more nervous this day than the last time Dr. Ryder had seen him. The prisoner was pale, sweating, tense, and ill at ease. Ryder asked if his suggestions under hypnosis had helped. Paley said they had helped at first, but then he had gone back to feeling upset. Paley handed Ryder a note. He had written to him in his cell. Ryder read, "I simply shall not be able to stand it much longer. I feel as if my soul is hanging in shreds. My thoughts continually revolve around X and N, myself, the report, and everything that has happened." Ryder shoved the paper into his pocket. The observers were restlessly awaiting action. He had no time or legal option to give therapy or even friendship. It was time for the demonstration to begin. Ryder spoke the QP. Once again, it was a long 10 seconds before Paley entered deep trance. Ryder began to show. He suggested paralysis of various parts of Paley's body, then urged him to try to move that part. Paley could not. He stretched him out between two chairs, stiff as a board. He suggested numbness, then inflicted pain on various parts of Paley's body to demonstrate the successful anesthesia. Ryder then told his hypnotic robot that he was next awakened. He would be completely blind and deaf. Wow. Paley awoke unable to see or hear. He was obviously terrified, unable to comprehend why his dominant senses were not working because of the amnesia. Ryder re-inducted. He suggested a vivid, positive hallucination, then a series of negative ones. Then Ryder snapped Paley in and out of trance and over to settle an objection made by one of Nielsen's lawyers and to demonstrate the subject's complete and spontaneous amnesia for all trance events. Then he put Paley through another series of obedience tests under hypnosis. Ryder suggested to Paley that after he awakened him, the next time Paley would remember what had happened. He did. Ryder snapped Paley back into trance. He told the observers he would next demonstrate post-hypnotic suggestions. He said to Paley, after I wake you up, you will see Nielsen seated in a chair beside you talking to you. He woke up Paley. Paley distressed to see Nielsen. You didn't tell me he was coming today. He protested to Ryder. Still carrying out Ryder's post-hypnotic suggestions, Paley conversed with the imaginary Nielsen, who was behaving absolutely in character. The hallucinated image of Nielsen made the X sign at Paley, and it said, X wants you to follow him again. As Paley tried to fight against the invisible image's power over him, the audience stared. They heard Paley and persist to thin air. It's no use. We're finished. Go. I won't do it. I won't have anything to do with it. Stop. The image did not stop pressuring Paley to follow X again. Emotion contorted Paley's face as he struggled against the repeated X signs. The fascinated onlookers watched Paley's angry agony as he resisted the phantom Nielsen. Seeing that he was scoring impact on the observers by means of the emotion generated in Paley, Ryder decided to give them even more emotion. He rehypnotized Paley and ended the Nielsen hallucination. He said, at the bottom of your mind, there is at this moment a particular feeling. He took Paley through a series of intensification steps. Realizing the feeling, becoming clear about what it was, Nightcast. Slowly feeling it become stronger and stronger on up to feeling it completely overwhelmingly. Ryder gave this series of suggestions with secret confidence about what the outcome would be. He had put Paley through exactly the same hypnotic routine several times before. Every time Paley had responded by saying how much he hated Nielsen because of all the suffering and damage his cellmate's hypnosis had caused him. Ryder wanted the assembled legal representatives to hear Paley make that impassioned declaration once again. As Ryder had expected, the watchers now saw Paley, as a result of the doctor's suggestions, undergo a dramatic change of aspect. Violent emotion surged up in him. His face grimaced with pain and fear, then turned ghastly pale. His body broke into a cold sweat. His breathing became fast and shallow. Ryder did not understand that Paley was off the script. In deep trance, his subject was experiencing a powerful, spontaneous hallucination. This time, the intensifying emotion he was feeling was not hatred for Nielsen. It was the powerful attraction of X hypno-programming in his mind, which Ryder's suggestions were intensifying. Paley was now in the grip of spontaneous visualization. At the edge of the fathomless abyss which he had first seen in his nightmare, he was struggling, wrestling with the dark angel, trying desperately not to be pulled over the edge into that bottomless, lightless chasm. Now tell me what you feel, Ryder said. Paley, who was feeling the most extreme emotion neurologically possible, said nothing. Ryder prompted for the edification of the audience. Is it Nielsen? Paley finally groaned hoarsely in response. No, it's X. As Ryder had suggested, the terrible emotions in Paley were still steadily increasing and intensely. Suddenly, Paley screamed, no. What is it? Ryder asked. In a state of extreme terror, Paley yelled out, I mustn't do it. The vividly hallucinated drama, he still struggled at the edge of that abyss. He now understood that the dark cavity was not only a concrete reality of terrible danger if he fell in, it was also a metaphor for an equally real state of eternal damnation. Over that edge lay an everlasting hell. He was on the edge, fighting with X, and X was trying with his every wile and strength to pull Paley over that edge down into the abyss. Ryder calmly asked, what mustn't you do? Paley did not answer. Ryder made more ineffectual tries to participate in this hypno scenario gone awry. Paley remained occupied by terrifying images of his struggle with X, who was now trying to push him over the edge of the cliff. Paley shrieked to X, let me go. Ryder asked, who is it that must let you go? All the doctor heard for him the next several minutes was Paley's heavy breathing. As he remained in the grip of the deep trance visualization, Ryder was becoming concerned. He hastily said, in as confident a tone as he could muster, you know that my influence is stronger than anyone else's. He gave calming suggestions, trying to undo his previous suggestions that Paley would experience maximal emotion. Now, however, Dr. Ryder's words had no effect on Paley. The subject continued sunk in trance and totally distraught. He was still engaged in that terrible life and death struggle against the power of X. In the background, Paley now sensed that a friend rushing to help him in that deadly combat was near at hand, but now the doctor's effort was no use, too late. Paley suddenly struggling upward from the hypnotic couch on which he lay, crying out, let me go, no. And then X caught Paley in one last horrible embrace, and the god flung him over the edge of the abyss into the deep darkness. As he fell, Paley yelled out, help, help, help. But he still fell and fell down and down, deeper and deeper. As Paley fell, he saw the figure of Ryder again. Now, the Ryder image was near the image of X. Paley fell on, down into hell. As he fell, he watched the two figures, X and Ryder, come closer and closer until they touched, melted into one another, and merged into one image. Then he knew X and Ryder were the same. In that moment, Paley had realized that he was fighting Dr. Ryder as well as X. What had come together and became unidentified as one in his unconscious was Nielsen as hypnotist and Ryder as hypnotist. Both hypnotists had forced their way into his susceptible mind. Both had gouged a groove of conditioning there by returning again and again to demand absolute obedience from his automastic sector of mind. Both had made him to do things he was not consciously aware of. Both had made him endure things to which he would never have consciously submitted. At that moment, Paley's unconscious mind saw no fundamental difference between Nielsen, the low-life criminal exploiter who had used it to rob banks and get money, and Ryder, the high-class psychiatrist who had just used it to demonstrate his slick and powerful hypnotic techniques. Then Paley woke up from the trance. He woke up on his own initiative, not because he had been ordered to wake up. He woke up because he wanted to wake up. He awoke, and then he burst into violent sobs. Dr. Ryder sat beside Paley a while, murmuring reassuring things. But really, he did not understand at all what had just happened inside Paley. After a bit, Paley did calm down some. The legal observers had waited patiently through all of this. Now that Paley was calmer, Ryder wanted to finish his demonstration. He gave the cue again, P. It did not work. Instead of instantly dropping into an unconscious trance state, as Ryder had expected, Paley did just the opposite. Conversion reaction. He jumped up from the couch and stood trembling in front of Ryder in a hyper-alert state of tremendous agitation. His expression was furious and threatening. His eyes flashed with rage. He appeared so near to attacking the doctor that the two police officers who were closest rushed forward, seized him, and tried to force him to lie back down on the couch, to again become the passive hypnotic subject everybody was accustomed to viewing. Paley resisted all their attempts to make him lie down on that couch, fighting with superhuman energy and skill. More police surged in and joined the fray. Did you hear that, dude? Superhuman energy and skill. Superhuman energy and skill. Way back then in the 50s. Do you hear this programming?
Yep. Sure do.
Dude, this is not good.
No.
This is not good. How scary. Okay. Yeah.
Quite scary.
What?
I said quite scary.
Right? I'm just saying. Okay. Even when there were 8 of them, they still could not hold Paley down on the leather cushions. 8, dude. 8 people. Trying to hold down one person right now. And he wasn't very big. We were told that pretty super early on. You know what I mean? So, like,
Yeah.
Paley's not even that big, and there's 8 people on him, and they can't keep him down.
True.
Suddenly, he pulled loose from all their grasping hands. He rushed out of the demonstration room into an adjacent hallway. There he stopped and stood, trembling and breathing hard. Dr. Ryder signaled the police to stay back. He walked up to Paley and said calming things. Paley gradually relaxed. After a while, he agreed to return to the demonstration room. Dr. Ryder asked Paley to lie down on the couch again. Paley now obeyed. Dr. Ryder did not try saying pee again. Instead, he pulled a hypodermic needle out of his medical bag, filled it with the EpiPen, and shoved the needle full into Paley. Ryder had not used barbiturate on Paley since he had first used it to break through Nielsen's ceiling suggestions 2 years earlier. The barbiturate went into Paley's bloodstream, and he became narcotized, but all of the old hypnotic conditioning was now broken and gone. Paley was narcotized, but not narco-hypnotized. Narcotized,
Narcotized.
but not
Interesting.
narco-hypnotized.
So basically making him fall asleep.
Right. So even the drug could not get Paley into an amnesic trance. The EpiPen did, however, calm Paley enough that he could explain to Ryder what had happened to him. The visualization of the edge of the abyss of damnation, the struggle with X on the edge, the falling and the merging of the X and Ryder images. At first, Ryder just could not believe it. He asked, "But you don't now think I'm still merged together with X, do you? You can tell me apart from X, can't you?" "No," Paley said, "I can't." Ryder argued with him. Paley stuck with his new conviction. "You are the same," he insisted. "That's not logical," Ryder said. Paley agreed. "If it's not logical, it's not logical." Then he explained, "It's not logic, but my soul that's speaking, my soul, which is in shreds. It is my unconscious part, and that has nothing to do with logic." It was not Paley's logical left brain, but his imaging right brain, which had quite literally drawn that conclusion. Dr. Ryder never again could hypnotize Paley. He assumed that Nielsen also would never again be able to hypnotize Paley. Trial and appeals. Paley's new lawyer had been doing his best to understand the case element and win Paley's friendship. Like his predecessor, he sincerely cared about his client, even though it was just a public defender job. He stayed on the case for the next 2 years. The trial preliminaries were now over. Nielsen was charged with robbery, attempted robbery, manslaughter, and having received stolen money. In Copenhagen Central Criminal Court, a jury would listen to the evidence and decide if Nielsen, married, unskilled worker, age 39, was guilty of having planned the crime of robbery, attempted robbery, and manslaughter, which were committed by Paley, and of having instigated the commission of those crimes by means of hypnosis. The prosecutors wanted life sentences for both Nielsen and Paley. So even though they knew, that this man is being hypnotized and controlled, they still want him to get life along with the man that hypnotized him. Make that make sense?
You can't though, G. That's the problem.
Right. So, Dr. Ryder told the jury how he had overcome Nielsen's stealing suggestions on Paley by using EpiPen. He explained the threats he had used to guarantee authentic regressions. He told them the history of how Nielsen had parasited Paley's mind, which he had learned from Paley's relivings under hypnosis. Nielsen's defense team then set out to prove that Paley was insane and/or a liar. It continued to deprive Paley, insofar as possible, of legal and psychiatric aid. Lord. Who had lots of experience in court, only admitted something when irrefutable evidence appeared. What's up?
What?
I don't know what I did. Interesting.
Interesting. I am getting tired though.
Yeah, me too. Let me just wrap this part up and we'll just stop. because this is still like there's still so much case history of Paley, it's ridiculous. There's still like from what I can tell, four more freaking no, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more pages.
Mm-hmm.
So we're not gonna do all 5. We're just gonna finish up this little bit right here. He admitted, for example, that Paley had used his bicycle to commit the secondary robbery. He denied over and over having any role in either of the crimes. He insisted that he never had any hypnotic influence over Paley. His testimony was recklessly and impudently untruthful. False alibis, lies, changed statements. He refused to answer unwelcome questions. When anyone seemed particularly dangerous to him, he endeavored by all possible means to outmaneuver him, and not infrequently with success. Throughout the trial, Nielsen and Paley were in the courtroom at the same time, but they were not seated together. So let's stop right there. So we have made it, guys, to page 48. Still not into the good stuff. I know you guys think this is good stuff, and maybe not as boring as I thought you were going to think. So that's awesome. So next week we're going to hit part 3, and it's going to finish off Paley, and it's going to do the case history on Candy Jones. We will then start.
Okay.
And Candy doesn't look like she is quite as long. Oh no, I lied. She is much longer than she appeared. So we'll just stay with Candy Jones and realize that that's about to happen in our world. Because apparently it looks like Candy Jones will carry us right out of oh, maybe not. She's still going. I thought that was a different thing. Oh, no, it is. It is. Okay, whoop whoop. Okay. So she's literally going to be the beginning of the part where it's going to start getting really interesting, which is part 2, a partial history of U.S. government mind control and research. So once we get through 3, and hopefully that will get us through the Candy, and then boom, part 2 will begin, and that will probably be the 4th part of the book series. So that's going to start us right into that U.S. research on hypnosis and mind control beginning. And it's going to get real, y'all. I mean, I know you think it's real now, but it's going to get seriously real. And we will be up again next week. Same bat channel, same bat station. So we will be, yes, she already told you, next Sunday. Thank you. So that all being said, dare to be different, dare to be you, dare to learn to love yourself unconditionally. I really appreciate everybody being here too, by the way.
Yeah, absolutely. We definitely appreciate you guys for tuning in and getting back with us. Me and Tim asked me to do a show this week, so we'll probably be doing a show at some point.
Sweet.
Sweet. Like I said, and then just stay tuned for more content. Also check out United National Weather Team. We'll be doing videos from there, all the weather coverage and things like that. So make sure you check us out over there.
And anybody who wants to discuss further on these topics between now and the next episode, feel free to hit me up in Messenger.
Yep. Yeah, you can go to the Journey into Freedom page on Facebook. Get a hold of her there. What's your TikTok if people are on TikTok?
Oh, I have no idea, man.
She don't even know her TikTok. I think it's Red Gypsy Jiff, but anyway,
It probably is. That sounds pretty right on the money.
right, doesn't it? So, but check her out, check us out, you know, from the land of 10,000 lakes. Good night, universe.
Uh-oh. And